so high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world but keep the sky on your mind.
Good morning, everybody. It is 9:34 on the Thursday before our Super Bowl. We're 3 days out, guys. I put up the link is pinned atop of chat, so if y'all want to come up and join us this morning, this is an open panel. And I did put a survey up on who you guys are rooting for the Super Bowl. Kind of get an idea on who's cheering for who between the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs. Speaking of the Super Bowl, or the Grand Bowl, or however you want to describe it, Corner Clubhouse Cobalt, a friend of ours here in the channel, has put up in his community page the squares for the game. The numbers 1 through 100, you can pick a square. Pick one of those numbers that hasn't been taken. And then just before the game, we're going to draw the numbers for the scores across the top and down the side. I do believe we are keeping scores for all 4 quarters instead of just final score. He does have a video up explaining over on his channel how the squares game works. So if you guys are interested in that, I will leave a link for you guys out there that y'all can go find that. Now that's going to be the direct links to the squares board. Just hit him up in comments. Pick a square. And right before the game, check it again to make sure you know what score your square represents. And then you'll know throughout the game if you won any of the quarters. Everybody's going to be a little late this morning. He had to make a run out. Hopefully he'll be back with us really, really soon. I keep pushing coffee out further and further, and I think it just feels earlier and earlier. I don't think anybody's up and about yet. But while we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and show you what the squares look like. Let's see if we can get this in here. They see it's in a square shape, and the numbers go from 1, there's 51, it goes all the way to 100. Now, before the game, we will take and draw numbers, and instead of going, 0 to 9, the score will be placed in random order. And those will be laid across here for one team, and then done again the same in random order, the scores here from 0 to 9. Now you can see my squares right there. So if my score matches that score from that team and that score from that team at the end of the quarter, each quarter, if my score matches, then that's how I win. And that's a basic run through on how this works. It's really easy. We're not betting any money. It's just for fun. So we're not paying for the squares, I don't think. Just stop by. Let him know down here in comments what number you would like to choose. And he will add that to the final square board. And we can all sit together and see who wins. They'll have to replay that because I'm not going to do it again. It's all right. It's just me and you till the gang gets up. Oh, good morning, horse lover. How are you this morning, sweetheart? Just waiting on your dad to get back and join us. I'm hoping he'll be back real soon. He shouldn't be gone very long. He's going to be a little late. But I'm really glad you joined us this morning. This is Hairbag's beautiful daughter. She's really beautiful. We always enjoy having her here. Good. That's great. Hi, good morning, Kiki Oz. How are you guys this morning? I hope y'all are picking your favorite teams over in chat. I've got a poll up. Lets me know who you guys are going to be rooting for on the Super Bowl. There's also an option of just because of the commercials. I had to add that, guys, because some of us just watch it because. Thank you, Horse Lover. I'm doing pretty good this morning. I'm glad to see that the cold weather is getting out of here. We're starting to see some evidence of the spring lilies sprouting up. That always means winter's about over here in the mountains. Can't wait for the things to start turning green. I hate winter too. I really do. It's the worst. In fact, y'all will find out that that S word is the most worst word to say in my chat. I don't like talking about it, don't like thinking about it. There's not enough auto insurance or health insurance in the world to make me like winter. It just feels like broken hips and auto insurance claims. Of course, here in the mountains, when the roads get icy, it's more than just coming off the road, it's coming off the mountain. In my opinion, says Horse Lover, summer is better, but that's just me. I agree. I do love spring, though. I think spring is my favorite. It's the cooler weathers. Everything starts turning green again and coming back to life and rejuvenating, becoming new. Which means winter is behind us. It's done. It's out of there. On to the next round. Time to start getting the gardens ready. We usually have 2 or 3 little extra freezes at the end of winter. So we kind of hold off on planting the garden until after the freezes are over. I hope so too, Horse Lover. He should be along any time. He let me know this morning he would be running just a little late. He had an errand. Kiki says, to me, summer is also the best. I agree with the activities, and no, we haven't got that yet, Sassy. Ours is getting up to about 50 or 60 on a good day, but the mornings are still frosty. And I can't wait till that's over, till the plants quit freezing at night. Let's run over here and check on our poll. Oh, we've got one of you. One of you that's voted. Looks like Kansas City Chiefs is in the lead right now. I think we all just have a thing for Mahomes. Yeah, it's still crunchy in the mornings. We were talking about Mahomes the other day. And I guess the reason we watch him so close is, like I said, we're out there in West Texas where I grew up. He's from a small town out there. He's not necessarily West Texas, but he was from a small town in Texas. And he was a really good football player in high school. Good morning, Pindar. And he did get noticed, and he did get recruited to play for Texas Tech. So that was, that was our local university and football team. So we watched him through the Texas Tech years. And so we were really excited for him when we found out he signed for the Chiefs. Super Bowl his first year out of the gate. And we've watched him grow and flourish. It's been amazing. It's been fun. Who are you rooting for, Pandar? You don't drink tea, Sassy? Oh, okay. I see it. I have a question for everyone. What is everyone's favorite tea? Mine is rose. It's so good. Well, as far as warm, I'll drink coffee. Just regular Folgers brew coffee. But I drink just regular sweet tea with ice. Pindar, you're not watching the Super Bowl? You gotta at least watch it for the commercials. A lot of people don't. I see it kind of like Mardi Gras. It's America's reason to celebrate, and we're not even cheering for the game that much because neither one of my teams are playing this year. But again, because Mahomes is back there, I'm going to tune in. Yeah, the commercials are good. And I kind of feel bad. I mean, do you know how much they pay to put those commercials there? I kind of feel obligated to watch. Are you, Pindar? Pindar's mad that the Packers aren't in it. The Cowboys didn't have a chance this year, let's just face it, and haven't had for many years. The Sassy likes her tea with extra lemon. I used to, not so much anymore. I have turned up the sugar the older I get. My tea gets sweeter and sweeter the older I get. And when I say sweet tea, I mean sweet tea. I like it really sweet. Kick-Ass says they're going to be at a birthday party. And she's going to go home and then watch the game. Our birthday parties are fixing to start up again for the year, too. Seems like we just clump them all together. We have 2 or 3 birthdays all in one spot. You can't do super sweet tea, Sassy. Honey is good in it. Up here, though, I like to get some of the homemade honey from the locals. That's the best honey. You like hot and cold teas? No mouse with a lot of sugar. No. You like that restaurant wet tea, huh? And it's good when you're thirsty. You walk in and you take a big old swig of that unsweetened tea, but after that, I can't do it. I hear you, Kick-Ass. That's the way I feel. I don't have all the grandbabies, but I still have I have my parents and still a lot of family around, and we literally have a clump of holidays every single month. If it's not a national holiday or like Christmas and Thanksgiving, every month we gear up for a birthday. Did it really cover all 12 of them? It's like one each month. Yes, Kikias, I do the local honey as well. It helps with allergies and it just tastes a lot better. And it's funny how, like, if Kiki's Eyes and I were to trade honey, it would taste a little different coming from different locations, from different places, from different bees. That's me, Sassy. That's me right there. I have to have a full glass of ice to pour the tea into. And as the ice melts, instead of watering it down, it still has flavor with extra with extra sugar. Oh, biscuits and chicken. Yeah. Yes. Come on, Sassy. Sopapillas. You don't do sopapillas? That's my favorite thing with honey. Good old sugary cinnamon sopapilla. And they're easy to make. They really are. I know you did, Sassy. I know you've had them. I still make them every now and then. You make the dough, you spread it out, you cut it in little triangles, zigzag, pop it in some grease, then cover it with sugar and cinnamon. Let it cool, and then douse it with honey. Mm. I wonder where Hairbag is. Figured he'd be back in by now. But that's all right. That's all right. Kiki, it's really not. My son does not like ice in his drinks either, not even his sodas. And I'm just the opposite. I want it full of ice because I like to eat the ice along with it. But my son, he really doesn't even like to drink it cold. He likes it room temperature. Have you guys ever had beef stroganoff? Yes, that sounds so good. You gave up sugar, Pindar. How hard was that? Because that is something in my future I'm going to have to do. And I feel like when I decide to cut my sugars out, I'm going to go through a period where I'm sick to my stomach because I'm so used to so much sugar. No, Sassy, I haven't. What is that? Oh, those little flat, crispy things. Did you go through like a period of sugar withdrawal, Pindar? There at first or for a time? Like, or did you go through a period where flavor changed as you were letting sugar go? Did it change how things tasted? Oh, a fried cake. Ooh, flour tortilla. Well, isn't that the same thing as a sopapilla? Not really withdrawal, but you lost 19 pounds in 4 weeks. And see, that's my issue with the sugar is I intake a lot of sugar because it helps me keep my weight. So that may be an issue I need to think about. Oh, brown sugar instead of cinnamon. I see. Mm. Wow, Kiki's. That's amazing. I quit drinking sodas a long time ago, back during my childbearing years. It it really got me on the morning sickness. The sodas did. So I quit drinking sodas back then and only drink tea or coffee, but with that is, regular real white sugar. I add a lot of that to it. Pendar says, I went on a carnivore diet. It helps to curb cravings. Okay. They do sound good, Sassy. They really do. Brown sugar. I can do that. That sounds good. Well, I guess the difference between those and the sopapillas is the sopapillas puff out. And that's me, Sassy. I might drink a root beer every now and then. Root beer's about all my stomach will tolerate. And I have tried the artificial sorts of sugar. My kidneys don't like that. They do not like the artificial sugar. So I had to stay to regular sugar. But I did get my weight up when I increased my sugar intake. Sassy says, I don't drink soda pop. I drink a lot of water. I drink a half a soda and throw the rest away. That's me. I can't really finish one. And they do taste a lot different now that I don't drink them all the time. I think they taste a little different than what I feel like they used to. The Dr. Pepper was the one I could not pick back up. The prunes and that, all of a sudden you could taste it. Dr. Pepper was the one it really changed for me after I quit drinking soda. Yeah, the weird aftertaste, Sassy. I remember being a kid and swigging those Coca-Colas down till they made your teeth chalky. Mhm. Yeah, getting like the cherry flavors in them helps. Yeah. I like to drink root beer too. That is my favorite horse lover. But I've got to have the Barks because that's the only root beer that has caffeine in it. And you know what they say? Barks has bite. Absolutely, root beer floats. God, y'all guys are making me hungry. You like the A&W horse lover? Yeah. They used to have drive-ins, A&W drive-ins way back. Long time. I don't know if they even still have any of those left. It was kind of like a Sonic drive-in. And they had root beer on tap. It was running. It was really good. Well, that was Hairbag. He's still waiting. He's not quite done yet. I wonder where Kathy and Buddy are. Try the Fanta float. That's good. Ooh. Guys, it's all about the ice cream anyway. It's got to be the best ice cream. Mint. Sorry if I'm making anyone hungry, but my favorite kind of ice cream is mint chocolate chip. Ooh, that does sound good, horse lover. So you mean the orange? Oh, the orange family. I was thinking of the root beer. I don't know. Yeah, I don't eat much ice cream anymore. I eat some during the summer at night, but I did use a lot of ice cream on my weight gain journey, and it worked. Along with the biggest thing I used was the Nation instant breakfast. And instead of getting it in the little containers pre-mixed, I would get the bucket of powder and mix it with whole milk. And it tastes just like the Nestle Quick kind of chocolate milk, and drink it just like a regular chocolate milk with all the vitamins and the nutrients. And then I could still have room to add more calories to my diet that way. Because if I tried to eat all that in food, I my stomach was too little. I couldn't intake that many calories. So it helped me up my calorie intake. But he can only have it once in a while. Kiki eyes? Yeah. Panda Paws ice cream. What is that, horse lover? I don't know if I know what that is. Yeah, that was a message from Harabag, horse lover. He says to tell you hi and good morning. And he is making his way back as fast as he can. Just like my buns to get caught up in the grocery store, huh? Haagen Dazs is expensive though, Sassy. That's an every now and then thing. Because I still have people around that will find that in the freezer and finish it off. All right, I will text him that right now. She says hi and she loves you. Your dad's a good man, horse lover. I know I do love it too, Sassy, but like I said, I still have, people floating around the house that will, the snacks around here, if they find them, and I paid that much for it, oh, that would upset me. That would make me cry. And they would definitely find the Haagen Dazs, trust me. And they probably wouldn't even say anything. Hide the container and all. I remember growing up, my dad and I had a game of that, of hide the snacks. And we would literally hide snacks from each other so that we knew when we came back the snacks would still be there. But my Dad caught on to something early, which was a game changer, and he realized that I would not eat nuts. I didn't like anything with nuts. So that switched the game for him. He would get his snacks with pecans, nuts, or whatever, and I'd stay out of them. But that drew the line at the Chips Ahoy cookies. And you remember, guys, how these would come like in 2 sleeves of cookies, right? And we would each grab a sleeve and hide it from each other. And then look for the other one's cookie stash. We had some pretty good hiding spots. His usually consisted of something up high because I was little. So one of the upper cabinets, one of the, top cabinets. Me, on the other hand, I thought more about where he wouldn't look, just basically wouldn't look, and the pans. The man wouldn't touch pans. I hid my cookies in the pans. Aw, horse lover, that's sweet. I know he adores you kids. He really does. He really loves all of you. That's right. And don't pick sides. Everybody has their own side. There are no sides. It's all one side. Since I love coffee, try that ice cream of Haagen-Dazs. Oh, mm. There is a dish that I can get down at the Chinese food restaurants that they make. It's a dessert. And it's called paho. And it's more of a mousse. It's not really an ice cream. It's more of a whipped mousse. And it has a coffee type flavor to it. And then a chocolate cake under it. And it is really good. Oh, horse lover, I'm sorry. Good morning, Cupid Sweet Cheeks. Thank you for the new subscription. Let's check on how the poll is doing. 67% of y'all are cheering for the Chiefs. Now, Buddy's got the 49ers, so Hairbag, you better hurry up and get in here and vote. And 33% of you say, hey, the commercials are where it's at. Hey, AV. No worries, man. Come in when you can. It's good to see you here, though. Thanks for checking in. Good to see you're okay. Kind of quiet this morning. That's okay. Oh, the internet went down. Gotta love it, AV. Gotta love it. But you knew I'd be live sometime this morning, Army Vet. It's my morning. I take Thursdays. Doesn't look like anybody's up yet, but we take Thursdays. There's tattoos and unicorns. Good morning. Oh, it's quantum physics. Just even saying that makes me feel dumb. I'm not into quantum physics. That's above me. Ah, sweet tattoos. How are you this morning? It reminds all that the link is pinned at the top of the chat. Don't forget to take the poll between the Chiefs and the 49ers. And we are doing we are doing squares over at Corner Clubhouse Cobalt's channel. If you'll find his community page, he has the squares listed in a community post. Pick a square and he'll add you to the final draft. And it's no money, no prizes. It's just for fun. I'm doing really good, tattoos. I'm glad to see you're doing good. But when I do get into quantum physics, Army Vet, I know who can tutor me now. I don't know what would ever bring me to quantum physics, but quantum computer is learning how to put information in a computer and let the computer find the information from you. Crazy. Isn't that just learning software? Same as Google. Oh, we got a 49ers fan slipping in. Yeah. The poll reads now 49ers are sitting at 20%. Kansas City Chiefs are at 60%. And again, 20% of you are just in it for the commercials, which is okay too. It predicts information, so it's parenting software. There's Siegel. I hope you didn't bump your head when you fell out of bed. Had a hard-boiled egg. Well, that's great, Sassy. You finally got your community tab. I don't remember how I got mine. I remember I got it early and I didn't understand how, but I loved having it. Because at the time, that's really all I wanted was the channel and the tab. Because you really do need the tab to help grow. Oh, I know, tattoos, more hockey people, I know. We have hockey here, but I think less people pay attention to it over here. It's either football or NASCAR. Oh, I'm so glad you got that tab, Sassy. You deserve it. Have you checked Studio to see if they fast tracked you on monetization? Because it's getting to now where you don't, some channels don't have to get all the way to 1,000. They only have to get to 500. Hockey addicts, absolutely. That is. So have you put anything out on the tab yet, Sassy? Let's go check. We're flying over to Sassy's channel. Oh, good looky there. There is. I'll leave a message for you, Sassy. And y'all give that a thumbs up, y'all. Y'all need to stop by Sassy's tab over there. Give it a thumbs up. Huh. Is that right? Okay, Google. Disease X. I thought that was Twitter, Disease X. 2017, we used quantum computing to predict this outbreak. Google it. I'm going to delete after you read it. Wow. Okay. No, it's fine. Click around on it. And I do. I urge all of you, whether you have a channel or don't, click on Studio, get in there, click around. I know Gen X was raised with the theory that if you don't know how it works, don't touch it. But with YouTube, you have to let that theory go, click around, see what it does. Check out all the features. You know, if you don't know what it does, click it. It'll show you. And nothing really can be done in YouTube or on Studio that can't be quickly deleted. See, that's what I did. I just got back there and just started clicking around to see what it did, how it worked. That is the truest statement. That is the truest statement, Army, that you do. And I like the way you do that. I like the way you make us think. Sassy loves pushing people's buttons. That's what we do. I know it goes slow when a hairbag's not here, doesn't it? He should be back soon. We know you don't, Sassy. Sassy, you never pushed anybody's buttons. That's all you have to do, huh? That's a fair view, yeah. Not yet. No, I don't think you would, Sassy. I think you're smart. I think you're too smart to fall for the traps that we see on YouTube. It's funny that we see people who have been around a long time use the same traps and fall for the same traps. I think if we YouTube with a little more boundaries about ourselves, it's less messy. Oh, Tattoo's puppies destroyed the bedroom. Ah. Hang on just a minute. Apologies about that. Oh, yeah, back to the traps. I agree, Sassy. I think we've all, most of us been around a year or so have kind of figured that pattern out. Sassy. Hey, it does get crazy out there. I think it's hilarious the rinse and repeat. I can get a gut chuckle out of the rinse and repeat shows. Well, get all them quantum physics crammed in for us, Army, that and bring us back your knowledge. Proverbs 27:17. Ain't that right, Army? That steel sharpens steel. Me too, Kiki Eyes. I got lost in it. It's not funny. It's not entertaining. Tattoo's not an angel with horns. Now, how's Cooter doing, Tattoos? Many hours spent talking about poor Cooter and the jokes that poor horses had to endure. Bless his heart. When are you going to come see the States again, Tattoos? Oh, you spent 2 months down there? Or down here, down there? He's doing good, getting ready to pick him up and bring him home soon. This is about our horse. Had him boarded out for a couple of months as I was in the South for a visit. I didn't even know you were here. Did you make any videos? I'll have to go back and watch the journey. I've always enjoyed that. The hardest thing to do is balance religion with my understanding of science. I have great examples of educators, but not Christians. Crazy. Let me put this bee in your bonnet, Army vet. What if God was the ultimate scientist? What if God knew enough to use science to create the world so it's all going to match anyway? He knew what he was doing and he knew how to do it. I haven't yet, but I will. Fizz has one on his channel from one of my birthday surprises. Oh, okay. I'll have to get over to Fizz Cranks and see that. Fun, fun. I leave Tuesday to go get my brother from Florida. I can't wait. And on the other hand, I'm scared. Why are you scared, Kiki Aunt? I always get that bundle of anxiety before I take a trip. I got my first Build-A-Bear. You'll never guess what it is. A firefighter? Am I right, Tattoo? Oh, a unicorn, of course. I didn't even think of that. I was thinking about Fizz. That is cute. That is cute. 7 more months to your birthday, horse lover. How old will you be? You named her Georgia. Oh, Tattoo, that is so cute. I mean, that horse lover here is Fairbag's daughter. You will be 24. Wow. Are you his youngest horse lover? Oh, I understand. Oh, I wouldn't stress about that, Kiki. I can I can almost guarantee that you won't fail him. because love does not fail. And we will absolutely keep him in our prayers. And I think just being around family alone is enough to spark the healing process. Oh, okay. The first daughter, but the second middle child. Okay, I see. I see. Poor middle children. They always get ignored, don't they? I'm just kidding. I'm rooting for whoever else is on during the stupid bowl. So that would be commercials, Gutter Pubs? There you are, Hairbag. Did you make it home, Hairbag? The Super Bowl is this Sunday, Tattoos. Hairbag, the link is at the top of chat if y'all would like to come in. It is open panel. I'm not paying anybody anything. It's not coming out of my pocket. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a busy weekend. And then we have Valentine's Day coming up soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Hairbag.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing good now.
Just busy this morning. That's good to see.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to go get some roast beef lunch meat, some butter, and sugar. I was all out of all of it. But what I like to do is I like to take the roast beef and fry it a little bit so it's not so pink.
Uh-huh.
And then make some toast and put mayonnaise on it. Oh my God, is that good?
Gutter Pub says when you turn it on, you help pay for it all. No, I get it on antenna. I just paid the light bill. That's all I paid. I ain't crazy. Man, them rooms. Have you heard what the motel rooms are going for around the Super Bowl?
Yeah, isn't that ridiculous?
Are you kidding? I mean, like $10,000 a night.
Do you hear what the boxes are going for?
I bet millions.
$1 million a piece, at
I
least.
bet. At least. Yep.
But I'm rooting for San Fran.
Well, did you vote? Did you vote there in chat?
Yep,
All right. All right.
I sure did.
We've got 29% for the 49ers, 57% for the Chiefs, and 14% for the commercials. Hey, sweetheart. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, hon?
Come on, Axe. Come on, puppy. Come on, bud. Sorry, getting Axe out of the
Ladies
bedroom.
and gentlemen, this is my daughter.
Hello.
Everybody say hello to beautiful horse lover.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, she's my oldest one. She's the one that was born 6 minutes after my birthday.
Oh, you're
My dad-
another one. You're one of those birthday robbers. I got one of those.
My dad says I'm his late birthday present.
You were. Yep,
I
24
had
years ago.
I had one of those, and at first I was like,
Whoops.
"Ooh, look, a birthday present." And then you know what? She started getting older, and where did she go?
Oh, I don't know. She fell down. Hope she had her knee pads on.
For real.
Wow.
But no, I just come to the realization the little girl just swiped my birthday. That's what it is. Just swiped my birthday. Like it comes along every year and it's all about her birthday. And I'm in the corner like, yeah, I just paid out the
Yeah.
butt for presents and it was my birthday.
Sorry about that. I pressed the wrong thing.
It's okay.
Hey, horse lover.
Yeah.
Tattoos and Unicorns wants to know what kind of puppy you have.
He's a whole bunch of mix of different dogs. He's got a pit looking face, a body of a German Shepherd, and a tail of a husky.
It's a good looking dog.
Yeah. He's a big old mama's boy. Very big mama's boy.
How old is he?
I believe 5.
Aw.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Oh, that's not a puppy. That's a full-grown dog.
Yeah, I've
Right?
seen him a few.
You've seen him a few times?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's a good boy, even though he's very, very hyperactive.
Oh, that just prepares you for kids.
No,
Oh,
don't
trust
even
me.
say that. I'm too young for grandkids.
Oh, you hush. You're older than I am, and I'm going to have grandkids, and I'm excited about it.
We'll see if I don't out you now.
You're not busting my bubble. Army vet. Why do everybody on YouTube have animals that can hurt me?
He's a very friendly dog. He will not hurt you. That's one thing about Ox. He will not hurt you. He's very friendly.
I like bigger dogs myself.
Tattoos has a 6-month-old Chihuahua Yorkie cross. He badass. I can imagine. It's a ball of anxiety.
Yeah, you got to watch out for them little ones because they're the ones that'll make you do the high step dance.
They're the mean ones.
Shut the hell up! Fucking 11 o'clock, you dumbass. This dude is pissing me off. I'm sorry, Mouse. I shouldn't be swearing on your line.
Hey, nosy neighbor. Remember those times you thump all night?
Yeah.
Payback. Sassy says, "Hey, hairbag, I found some interesting stuff on DB Cooper last night."
Yeah, that's cool. We were talking about that again in oh my God, the den.
Yeah.
And I brought it up to Tattoos about it, and Sassy even said she was gonna look into it more.
Whew. Oh boy.
It's fascinating to see how many theories have been brought forth. What did you find, Army Vet? Do tell, do tell. Yeah, Hairbag believes that it's possibly a female. I believe it was an actual inside job from the bank. And I believe they jumped off the plane and landed on the ground and had someone pick them up and carry them right back home like they were never gone, went right back to work the next work day and blended in.
Ooh, whoopsie. I wasn't trying to do that.
Well, I can see your point, but there's one thing that makes me think that can't be happening, because you'd give some sort of a tell if you pulled something like that off.
How?
All right, if there's that much money that's gone to a hijacker, don't you think they'd be giving them lie detector tests, and any indication of deceit, they would really come after them?
I don't know, but did they? Did
Hey, sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna ask my dad a question.
go ahead, hun.
Hey, Dad,
What?
have you told Mouse about what's happened to me before?
No, I'm not going to. This isn't the place, hon.
I know. I was just wondering if you have or haven't told her already.
I've mentioned it in other channels, but I really don't know if this is a good place to do that.
I mean,
I do know some, not all, but I understand it.
no, I was just like I said, I was just curious because
You're talking about your uncle?
well, that and also my brothers and what's been going on with
Yeah, the brothers I don't talk about, but they know. She knows about your uncle.
oh,
Allegedly, if you Google it, traces of money were found near a lake or a landing destination in a parachute. Google it. Just a good conversation. And that is true. They absolutely did. They did find some of the money. And they knew that it was the money from the DB Cooper case because of the serial numbers. But it was not all of the money. And that I kind of chalk up to throwing you off the path. You know what I mean? I think that was done to make them think that the person that jumped, this DB Cooper, perished because of the jump. I think that's what it was. They were trying to set it up to look like DB perished.
Yeah, because with all that money, it'd be worth to get rid of $10,000, and that's what they found.
Well, and if you
get between $200,000 and $250,000 back then in a hijacking, that'd be like two to $2.5 million back then.
Right.
It'd be worth taking 10,000, throwing it out of the plane, and make them think that's where you jump.
Exactly. And you'd have to leave the parachute to kind of stage the perish.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is no body out there to recover.
Well, that's what made him think that he may have perished. But I'm telling you, it wasn't where he jumped. He jumped in the Nevada desert.
Right. But I don't think the money was like dumped midair. There was some theories that maybe some of the money flew out during the jump. I feel like the money was placed in an area that would kind of deteriorate the evidence and make it look scattered. And you would have to do
Right.
that right at the line of land and water. FBI, CIA revealed they have the serial numbers and the money has never been spent. So logically, if you find money, the other money has never been put into circulation. That's true, Army Vet. That's true. What happens?
If they're letting you know for real that has never happened, you don't know. They're not going to tell everything. I don't know. I'm just suspicious about the government and what they're doing. You know, I mean, they don't tell you anything when you really need to know it. So what's
right,
to
who's making
stop them
coffee?
from saying, we haven't found anything, when they probably...
Well,
They
let's
could
ask
have.
this. When you take money to, somewhere you would spend cash, maybe like a thrift store
Yeah,
or something, a flea market, just cash in, cash out, right? And say it was even at, a fast food joint. And the fast food joint now has that bill in its bundle to take to the bank. Do banks really check every serial number when they deposit cash?
I wouldn't think so.
I've never seen them do it. I've seen them run it through the counter, to make sure what I handed them was all there.
Right.
But I've never seen them scan serial numbers. You know what I mean? How would they know if that money was just spent cash in hand and passed around? Would they know it was back in circulation? And at what point would it actually catch the system that it was back in circulation?
I don't know.
Army Vet says the bank had the numbers and released the numbers to other banks. Yes. But as
if
money
a
is
business deposits it, Army Vet, they can't prove where that money had come from.
right, say there's one bill in that stack that comes out to be some of that money that has been passed around and ends up, say, in a McDonald's deposit. Will they catch it in the deposit that just, out of that stack of money that one bill contained, that serial number? Do they scan it that way? At what point do they realize the money was back in circulation? Now, if you took it into a bank and deposited, a stack of cash, I'm sure you'd raise a red flag. Hello, Night Owl.
Yeah, hi, Night Owl. Welcome in.
Hey, Dad.
Hang on, what?
Were you making coffee? Because I heard clanging against a coffee
Yeah,
cup.
I was. Yeah, I was.
Okay, because I was wondering what that noise was. My dad could literally drink coffee all day if you let him.
Oh, yeah. That's why it's called Coffee Club. That's what we do.
I mean, my favorite type of coffee is iced coffee, but that's just me. I don't like hot coffee. That's why I like to drink tea. Red Rose is my favorite, and then for our cold tea, it'd have to be Pure Leaf. That stuff is good, in my opinion. Now, and now I can't obviously say that for other people, but That's just the way I like it.
I've got a youngin' that likes his drinks like that.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second, okay?
Okay.
Yep. I'd like to know what Sassy found out.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, it could knock what I'm thinking right in the head, you know.
Well, even if you take both my theory and your theory and mix them together, it still works.
I'm sorry if you hear noises. I'm getting my boyfriend breakfast. Well, I'm making him breakfast, and then I'm gonna make myself lunch.
There you go.
Usually, if he's still asleep and I'm up and I'm in the middle of making myself something to eat, I'll usually get him something to eat for breakfast.
That's sweet.
And when I was with my dad, I tried to, help cook and stuff when I was there and everything.
You did.
Army Vet says banks usually marked or used recorded serial numbers, and when those show up in circulation, you have a pretty good idea of where they come from. That's true. The question I'm asking is at what point in circulation does it flag the system?
Yeah.
I would like to know that too, but that's a mystery that probably will remain unsolved unless somebody works in a bank.
Thank you for that, Sassy.
I'm sure it's common knowledge, and we'd probably just have to look it up. But I think with if you spent that money moderately and still kept your job, would be the smartest route to take, because everybody's looking for somebody that is spending a little extra, or that has a lot of money, flashing a lot of money. That's what's going to tip you off. But say you were a bank teller at this bank, and the reason I say an inside job was because they had to know how much cash that bank would have on what day, and that became the enticement. I feel like it wasn't so much about the plane and jumping out and all that. It was the temptation of knowing there was going to be a huge pile of money, and I think that sparked the plan.
Apparently not tattoos.
That's what I'm saying. Tattoos. Has it never been flagged? Do we know it wasn't spent? I mean, you take the black market, cash flowing through the black market and all the evil doings there. That money's never going to flag a bank.
What if they took it to, let's say, a Swiss bank, deposited it, got a cashier's check, came back to the States and cashed it? I doubt that would happen because they'd probably inform the U.S. if it got flagged. But it's an idea. You never know.
Possibly could have changed the currency. I still running it federally like that. I don't know it. The chances of it flagging are still high. But I'm saying if you just spin it cash in hand on the streets, at what point? Because, say the gas station or the carnival, or they're not going to know it's one of those bills. When they deposit that wad of cash in the bank, are they running serial numbers for every bill they ever take in?
Yeah, really, that is a good question. There has to be a way that that person, if they wanted to get away with the money, that they had to be able to have a way to launder it, I guess would be the best word for it.
Yeah. Whether in small amounts at a time or large chunks.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry about that.
Because, I mean, to work it backwards, we absolutely know what they did they got away with, right?
Hmm.
So to say there has to be a way, has to be rewrote into, oh, they absolutely found a way. They did. So there is a way, just figuring out what it is.
It all, um, hang on a minute. I want to comment on somebody's comment that they said earlier. Siegel said, not sure about prison time on hijacking, but I'm sure it's 20+ years. I think it could be, or it could even be less. I think it depends on if anybody gets hurt. Yeah, that hijacking made the FBI, CIA, or whoever look like a bunch of fools because they never solved it.
It's still intriguing that, I mean, honestly, that the entire plan hinged on whether or not the law enforcement as a group, feds, all of them, at that moment, to give up, to give in to demands and give up a plane and money and allow them to swap planes and take off again. I mean, the entire plan hinged on their reaction. And if they would have reacted any wrong way and not give in to demands, it wouldn't have happened. You know.
A lot of people nowadays are crazy.
Well, so that tells me that you would have to have some sort of knowledge and understanding of how to manipulate the laws to
Yeah,
get
but
them to bring, to bend to demands. You would have to know a little bit of military training, and we know that by the backpack that was, by the parachute that was chosen. And
Mhm.
then you would have to have some sort of knowledge, inside knowledge of the bank and how much cash flow there was, when it was going to show up, to know that that amount of money was going to be in cash. And so between those three things, it's still, whether it be male or female, it seems like the plan would have taken more than one person. Maybe not to pull off, but at least to plan. So if you would, so say that you had people help you plan it, somebody with military knowledge or somebody with knowledge about the bank. Maybe he had to divide some up. Maybe one of the portions was one of those people deciding they didn't want it, that they washed their hands of it.
Right.
Maybe their portion was given up. You know what I mean? Maybe they got scared and unhanded the money and made it look like DB Cooper dumped it there. Hence the parachute.
No, Siegel, I was thinking that possibly DB Cooper had a car waiting for him.
Oh yeah, that's across the board on many theories. Is that there was, so yeah, he would still have to have help, right? Somebody
Yes.
knew. Somebody picked him
Or
up.
he parked the car beforehand knowing where he was going to jump out and was able to just go on his own in the car. Or herself.
Right? It's a lot of working parts for everything to go just right.
It's a head scratcher.
Yeah. I mean, you had to know
Definitely.
just how to get the feds to give in to your demands. That's a feat in itself. You had to know the money was going to be at the bank. You had to know all about how to get out of the plane, you know, how low to be, what parachute to use. That's a lot of work and knowledge. So what if they divided it up? And wouldn't that make it less attracting? You know, somebody's looking for somebody with a big wad of money.
Right.
Now you got, say, 4 people running around that just look like they got a raise.
You know what's getting me, I'm thinking now, is if Army vet's right, it kind of shoots my theory in the butt because he would have had to, whoever DB Cooper was, they would have had a way to launder that money so they wouldn't get caught. But I'm still thinking, yeah, that money would have shown up somehow.
I think there's more ways. I mean, just because we're not dirty scoundrels doesn't mean that there aren't ways out there just because we haven't sought them out. I mean, there's different ways to, quote, launder money. And, you know, you've got black market organizations sitting everywhere. If you had that much knowledge, that much connection to the banks, to the military, you know, and an understanding of the government, who's to say you didn't have some cartel in your pocket to just quickly launder it for you?
And people like
Yeah,
that, in
but
my opinion, are stupid.
Army
there's-
vet, he also had a bomb, what they thought was a bomb, turned out to be sticks of wood. And he told the people when they landed, you give me the money and I'll let every hostage go, but we're going to leave the crew on. And if you try to take the plane, I'm going to blow it up.
The minute he walked onto that plane by himself, it became a one-man mission. Yeah, at that point, I mean, it all hinged on him or her pulling the rest of it off. One-man mission, tow pilot
Yeah.
to level off at 10,000 feet and pitch dark, jumped out, not knowing the destination.
Oh, I'm sure he knew where he was going to jump out at somehow, or she did. Whatever it is, whoever it was.
And see, that's what I'm saying. And so much knowledge of military. He didn't have GPS. He didn't even know what he would land. That's why only expert airborne soldiers parachute at night. It's too dangerous. So what Army
See,
Vet is
there's
saying, it's an extra added layer of knowledge that DB would have had to have according to the getaway, according to the nighttime fly low,
Yeah.
jump out.
yes. And somebody said they had planes following the plane that was hijacked at night. If you jumped out of the back of the plane, nobody would have saw you anyway.
Oh yeah, but I mean nobody's looking at the sky at night, you know, for a parachuter. Especially when they don't know it's coming, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like everybody on that plane had cell phones. So all they could go on was, verbal descriptions of the guy. And even those kind of varied from witness to witness.
An Army vet, you got to admit, to pull something like that off, that is amazing. And I'll tell you what, in my personal estimation, my hat's off to him.
But
You have to be one smart person to pull something like that off.
I know that by witness statement, he watched the clock closely.
Yeah, he would have had to have timed it from the time they took off from, what was it, Seattle, I believe,
Uh-huh.
until he would have got over the Nevada desert. And that's probably how he knew he got over it, because he timed it.
And that back then that's all you had.
Yeah.
That was your navigation system, knowing how fast you were flying and the time.
And the time it took you to get there. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
But I still feel like there was a team. And I feel like possibly they had to split it. So what if the team consisted of my theory, the one from the bank, and maybe that wasn't the DB Cooper, but maybe there was an inside person on the team. There would have had to have been somebody that was high ranked in the military that served some real stuff, to learn the jump, the height, the parachute.
Hey, Army
Somebody
vet, I
from
got
the
a question for you. Do you think it could have had anything to do leading up to the Contra deal?
But yeah, I'm counting at least 4 people on the team.
Tattoos wants to know what kind of plane was hijacked. It's been a while since I looked at this case. It was one of those planes where when you boarded, they lowered a ramp from the back end of the plane to the tarmac, and you walked up the steps in the back to board the plane.
I mean,
Good morning, Dragon Classy.
Hey, Dragon Classy, but down to the, not only the parachute that he asked for, but down to the plane.
Yep.
Because remember, he hijacked one plane in order to get another plane and the money. And they gave him the plane that he asked for, filled it with money, and allowed him to make the transfer at the airport on the ground. And see, this is where I say you had to absolutely even know government procedures deep. Because to let him do all that things, stop at an airport after a hijacking of a plane, and then allow him to board a different plane with hostages still, and then take off is not something that the government really does.
Did you see Sassy's comment? I'm reading this. HTTPS www.popularmechanics.com, flight at 4563. Who was DB Cooper?
Okay, I'm looking at it. A former professional blackjack player may be on the cusp of cracking one of the most notorious cold cases in history, one so puzzling even the FBI could solve it. But first, the sleuth just needed to get his hands on a discarded black tie. And let's see, in 2022, Eulish laid out in this theory on how the remains of an alloy that the FBI reportedly found on Cooper's tossed tie pinpoint the Skyjacker's workplace to a Midland, Pennsylvania-based manufacturer of titanium autonomy. All Eulish needs now, he feels, is a sample off the tie themselves, which is why he's pursuing litigation to procure them. Huh. That would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But that, I feel like, even reinforces my theory about it. It was inside, but it was more than one person inside.
That could be. That could be. I
What?
wouldn't rule that out.
Sorry, guys. I was talking to my boyfriend, and our dog sit downstairs with me right now. So
It's fine. It's fine. But I mean, what if he went back to Pennsylvania?
Who?
D.B. Cooper, by this theory that we just read, that he goes back to Pennsylvania and back to work at the
You see, Siegel, he even said what I said yesterday and the other day. Dan Cooper was a comic book figure. And yeah, it is kind of funny.
Oh, absolutely. D.B. Cooper was not his name. Was not the person's name. That's the point. He was dubbed that because of all that. But yeah,
Well,
they
that's
feel
the
like
name he used when he boarded the plane.
right, but they feel like it was a play off that. That's why he chose that fake name.
Uh-huh.
Because the whole point is, actually finding the ID, the actual identification of who this quote DB Cooper character really was.
Army vet. I like all you little bitty detectives in this chat. Well, it's food for thought. That's the way I look at it, Army vet.
Yeah, so I'm gonna think that it got divided up. And maybe what we found on the beach was somebody getting scared, getting paranoid, and ditching it.
Nah, I think it was just done to throw off the authorities.
sorry, bud. You ain't getting nothing.
Or maybe somebody got screwed out of their cut and they used it as a ruse.
Yeah.
No, because then that person would be like, I know who it is. Hello, Dragon Classy. How are you? There is a link.
Here's a thought on your theory, though. If that's the case for that kind of money back then, who's to say he didn't K every one of the other players and take it for himself, whoever it was?
Well, now that would be researchable.
Not really. How would you know?
You take the time frame. Well, I mean, you would have to search it in ways like pilot murdered suspiciously. Military personnel off suspiciously. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could research it that way and maybe connect the dots and such.
Do you see Army Vet's comment? This is a show, Hairbag. If you give the coffee club a challenge, they will solve it. Hashtag coffee club.
That's what we do. Steel, shark, and steel, Army Vet.
I even had a discussion with the Den last night about it on her show.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Again.
What is your problem, huh, Ax? Sorry, I have a little or a dog trying to interrupt me.
The tattoos. That's so me. Tell me I can't do something and see what happens.
I think we're so fascinated with the DB Cooper case because it is still a treasure hunt in sorts.
Yeah.
And all of this, we think about what could happen, what we would have done, what we would have chosen, but we still can't walk away because there's that underlying, perhaps it's out there and still findable. Like, we can't walk away till we know for sure that it's accounted for and we can't find it.
Well, the most amazing thing, I don't care what anybody says, and I'll bet you most of you will agree. It is the only unsolved hijacking that there ever was.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, I don't know. Like I said, my hat's off to him for getting away with it for over 50 years.
Oh, yeah. And absolutely, there's still that part to it, too. The world wants to know how the perfect crime was pulled off. It's just out of curiosity. Yeah, guys, don't cheat on the internet because we will be talking about it on coffee. Coffee Club will out you.
And it's like Army Vet says, you ain't got a chance.
I ain't got a chance. No chance. And we do it just to wear off the caffeine. Oh, yeah, Luna does do true crime tattoos. She does some good ones. She's not so much into the open crazy cases. She does the old classics, the old good ones.
Hey, Dad, was that your first cup of coffee or your second cup of coffee today?
Second, I had one before I went to Wally World. And then I had this one.
My dad.
You know what your dad needs for Christmas?
A coffee mug?
A coffee maker.
No, I got one. It's called a percolator. I use it on top of my stove. I love it when it's cooked that way.
That takes too long.
Tattoo, since you love the oldies, I'm an oldie. I'm joking. Quit laughing at me, horse lover.
I can't help it. I can't help it. It's funny.
Tattoos thought so too.
What cases do we have going on today, Sassy? I know
Good morning, Aaron.
There's a Harmon case, I think. Hey, Aaron. Good morning, Aaron.
That's like the guy that keeps coming into Buddy's. M. Ike H. And Buddy keeps giving him such a hard time about his name. Why'd you put the M so far away from the IKE?
I gives him a hard time because it's kind of a joke between them.
Yeah, I know. Mike gives him hell too.
Oh, I know. Again, y'all, there is a link pinned to the top of chat if y'all want to come up and chat with us.
Kind of sounds like when you're messing with me, Dad.
Huh?
I said it kind of sounds like when you're messing with me.
Oh, I mess with you every chance I get.
The true
That's
question is when don't you is the better question.
Yeah, that's true.
Our job is to mess with y'all. That's all that's left of parenthood. Now we just mess with y'all. Like,
Yeah, because we got a lot of time on our hands. We know what to think of.
Trust me, out of all the kids my dad's had, I can take his jokes the best.
Of all the kids. Boy, you sound like I had a whole shitload of them.
No, you only have
I
four,
only
Dad.
had 4. Yeah. Dragon Classy says she needs a link, but here's the thing, Dragon. It should be posted at the top of the chat.
I went ahead and posted it again.
Oh, you did too, didn't you? Okay.
I did.
Get ahead with the program, Dad. Can't say words apparently.
He's not had that
Oh.
second cup completely. He's still on a little bit of a delay. Good morning, Dragon Classy.
Hello,
Lo-Fi
loves.
says he'll be up in a minute. Hello, Dragon.
Hello, hairbag.
How are we this morning?
Just trying to wake up. That's why I was like, Mouse is like, oh, Dragon, you can come up. I'm like, I told myself, give me 1 minute so I can go have a cigarette. Let me wake up a minute.
Take a few deep breaths.
Right? Oh, I had fun with you up on my panel. Oh my God, that was
Oh, we
hilarious.
did. We had a blast.
We need to do it again.
Let's do it
Somehow I'm
once.
going to have to get your link because I don't have it.
I
And
dropped
when I'm
it.
on chat,
Hairbag.
yeah, but when I'm in chat like this and I'm on panel,
Here.
I'm on my
want
phone
me
and
to-
I can't pick it up or it'll kick me out.
Oh,
I'll
want me to
email
put
it
it-
to you. I'll email it
Yeah.
to you, Hairbag.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
yeah. Hey, horse.
Hello. Oops, I did it again.
Yes,
I did it
tattoos.
again.
Yes, tattoos. She does. She does diamond art.
Mm-hmm. I do. Mm-hmm.
She
I
does-
do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I do diamond art. Right now I'm working on another big piece. And it's called Dracula's Bride.
Yes. I can't wait to see it when you're done.
Oh, I know, right?
My bad. I clicked the wrong thing again.
It's okay.
That's happened twice now.
It happens, love. It happens to the best of us.
She gets it from Hairbag, I think.
They're
Yeah,
ganging
Yeah, it's
up
one of
on
those
us.
family things.
Hairbag does it all the time.
Oh, man. And I don't even have to touch my phone to do it.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my.
I have a haunted phone like that. Every time I'm talking to somebody, the mute button keeps getting, it goes off and on while I'm talking. It's like haunted.
Really, Mouse?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, my FBI dude today is bored and he don't want to hear this, does he?
Oh, but yeah, on my live Monday night, Mouse came up on panel and we were telling stories. We were having fun.
Yep.
I I don't care if people didn't like it or not. I didn't care. We were having a good time.
We did. We had a nice time. We laughed
Oh
and
my
carried
God.
on. Put up.
Oh yeah, you missed it. After, I don't know, I wasn't live too much longer after you left my panel, Mouse.
Uh-huh.
And some guy came in and started being vulgar, and then one of my other mods like hit it, and then my other mod timed him out royal for a long time.
Well,
Dude
that's
was being
ridiculous.
vulgar.
Somebody coming into somebody's chat and doing that kind of crap.
Was
It's
being vulgar,
unacceptable.
absolutely vulgar, and I just didn't want to acknowledge it. And I'm like, well, Mouse was modded. Mouse could have Mouse could have done it too.
Well, Diamond, you know what really kind of irritates me to no end? When these
Yeah.
people that come up into your chat, they'll PB you, and then you get your channel taken. What
Oh, I
about
don't
them?
see Hairbag. I don't drop my link so in my chat, so nobody can get away with that. I just send the link. Let's say you wanted to come up. Well, I can absolutely send it to Mouse, and then Mouse can, email it to you or whatever
Okay.
for you to
Right.
come up on panel, because it's safer that way. Then nobody can do that bullshit.
It is stupid. It really is.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you'll get used to it. You'll see them coming. You can, they'll kind of stand out and chat after a while. You see them when they walk in. First couple of words out of your mouth, your red flag goes up. But
Yeah.
Mhm.
when see, I got stuff like this. Hold on, let me see. You can put something up.
See, I don't know how to do any of that.
I can show you all that. Let's see. Where is the last one I put up? Like you can put something up like that to block it so they can't see.
Okay.
So you bring them up, but you can put something over the screen like that. Like, see, I can block us all out.
Oh, yeah.
And that way
Oh,
you
okay.
can see who they are. But always make them show the face if you don't know them.
Well, yeah. Well, I knew you were coming up because I sent you the link privately. That's why
Right, that's
I
what I
knew.
mean. But when you get a name that comes up that you're not familiar with, that's when we always make them show their face backstage. And you can tell by
Mhm.
what they're doing. If they're gearing for a prank.
Right.
You
Right.
see, and that's
Well,
that's something that people shouldn't do. They shouldn't come up on somebody else's panel or chat and
No,
pull that
but
kind of crap.
when we're on a platform like this, it's that open. You'll learn that
yeah.
there are a few trolls out there, and there's not as many as you think. It's very few with a lot of accounts, and every now and then one will flow in, and you'll kick it out, and you'll come back with another name, and you'll kick it out, and it's
Mhm.
really just the same person. And that's all they do on YouTube. It's not anything personal. Like, it's not about what we're doing or that they hate somebody here or anything like that. That's just their form of YouTube entertainment. Now, there are
Well, like,
times that the trolls have flowed in and they've been
yeah.
really, really good. Like, amazingly funny. They have a good bit prepared, like a really good troll, right? And I will absolutely give them guys their 15 minutes. I will, if you're good. If you come in with some lame stuff and you just, you write bad words in chat, or I feel like you're going to pee bomb, guys, those are lame. I'll just put them out. It's not even worth my time. I don't even want to wait and see.
Right.
I agree.
Right.
I agree, Tattoos.
Yeah. Well, like some guy named Walter came in my chat and that Mouse didn't
Uh-huh.
even acknowledge that person. I had no idea who that was. No, nothing. And I'm not trying to be mean. Seriously, I'm not. But the dude's like, well, can I have a wrench? And I'm going, the guy came in when you were up on panel, and I'm going, I'm sitting there thinking, no.
Nope.
And I don't know you.
Right.
Well, like, I'm thinking he's probably sitting there thinking, boy, I seen you give wrenches to a few people because I know them.
Oh, I know which one that was. Yeah.
Oh, that dude, oh my God.
Yeah.
I
I'm going to
think
put this out there. I will never disrespect anybody if I get in their chat or on their panel. That is bull.
No, I know, but
People don't have what it's called manners.
no, they don't. And I just pretended like, when Mouse and I were talking, I just pretended like I didn't even know he was there. I
yeah,
didn't even acknowledge it. I'm
most
like, no, you're not messing up my life for your stupidity. Nope.
most of the time it's best just to pat them with the tool. Don't say nothing. Don't bring any light to it, and just keep right on going.
And I did. Normally, I would have been like, dude, you've lost your mind. You don't just come in here and demand a wrench.
Okay,
I do
honey.
not know you.
Um,
In my opinion, a lot of people nowadays are so stupid.
They are.
yeah, it's silly and monotonous.
It is, too.
We need to get together and create an offline stream yard with. Okay, let's make sure I'm creating a link for. All right. Grab my email. Army that it should be on my about page. Grab my email and holler at me, and we'll hook up through email.
But yeah, I now that I think about it, it is kind of funny. Like people, what is wrong with you? Get a life.
Well, Hairbag, you remember Pigeon? I don't know if he can hear me or not. Maybe he had to get up and get more coffee. We had one.
He might have.
We've had a couple that we kept. We just liked them that much. We kept them. Like, they were so fun.
Oh, like all those stories we were telling Monday night. Oh my God.
Well, let's see. Pigeon was one of them. Hi, good morning, Corner Cobalt. In fact, that reminds me, I'm going to go back through that at the end of the live too. I went through it at the first of the live. There wasn't many people here. Corner Cobalt over on his channel, guys. He has the squares for the game this weekend. Go over, pick a square. It's just going to be some fun. It's just for fun. Give him a sub and a thumbs up. He's a good guy, but yeah, he's doing our squares this weekend for the game. Pick you a square, and then we'll figure out the scores to lay across the top and the side. There's a video over on his channel if y'all don't understand what I'm saying. He's got a little video that explains how the squares work. So if I could get somebody to drop his channel in the chat, please.
I don't know that person, otherwise I would.
He's a good guy. He does lunch lives.
Okay.
And he does the national holiday, whatever day the national, for each day. And it's just a small chat. It's a quick stream. It's a good place. He's good for networking. He lets he likes us to network over there. He's got a really cool channel.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is it a giveaway, Corner Club?
Oh.
Are we supposed to be purchasing squares?
I'm surprised Buddy's not up here too.
Too early for him.
Or at least in chat.
Hey, there he is.
I'm surprised.
But y'all run over y'all grab a Corner Cobalt's link there, sub up to him. You can enjoy lunch with him every weekday while we discuss the national holiday and talk about the weather. And okay, not us. I need to figure out where to pay you. Okay, it's free for a square. It's a giveaway. So that's going to be found on his community tab. You guys run over, grab your square. have some fun with us.
Oh,
You don't even have to like football just to have fun on squares. I think the scores are going to be called every quarter on the squares. So depending on what square you've got and
mhm.
as to what the score matches up to when they're laid across the top and the side, it's a lot of fun. It's just a football thing.
I kind of
I
think it's going to be a pretty close scoring game.
I don't like football, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, right. Same.
Well, see, the way you play squares, you really can't like guess at the score. You pick a square, and when everybody picks a square before the game, then the numbers are laid out randomly. They're not like in order. Like you can't pick what score you think it's going to be. You pick a square, and it's it makes it fair where nobody can really guess the score and cover the spreads.
Right.
He says every quarter, yes, every quarter you'll go back to the squares and find your square and look at the scores and see if your score matches the score of the game. And if you're in that square that matches both scores, you win for the quarter.
Right.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
That's going to be a lot of fun. And there's a lot of other people over there to meet. It's a great place to go network. He's got some fantastic people hanging out on his channel.
Hey, Dad,
Yes.
did you show Mouse the Christmas present I got you last year?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay,
Sure
I
did.
wasn't. I wasn't sure if you showed her or not. That's why I was asking.
And we're
Are
going to
you
tattoos down and teach her about football.
are you drinking out of it right now, Dad, or is that a different
No,
coffee cup?
it's a different one this morning.
Oh,
Man, that one, man, holds about the cup I'm using now. The cup you gave me will hold one of these cups plus a half of another one.
Oh yeah,
My
now I
God,
remember.
that thing is heavy.
Yep, I remember. Now it's a big one.
yep. For Christmas last year, I got my dad a Buffalo Bills coffee mug.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're Hairbag's daughter.
Yes, I
Yes.
am.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I know my dad likes the Buffalo Bills, so last year I was like, I want to try to find something that has to do with the Buffalo Bills. And when I was thinking of how much he likes coffee and he likes the Buffalo Bills, why not get him a Buffalo Bills coffee mug?
I know, right?
Speaking of, let's check on the poll here. Wow. We got 42% cheering for San Francisco 49ers. We have the same equal 42% hollering for the Kansas City Chiefs. And 17% of you are just in it for the commercials. That was an option.
Right?
Hey, Mouse, I'm
Yeah.
going to show Dragon and the rest of them the coffee mug that
Oh, okay.
Kelly sent me. Hang on.
There
Can you see that?
Yeah.
I got that and I laughed like hell.
Mm.
If you want, Dad, show him the one I got you.
Hang on. That figures. It kicked me out.
What?
No, it didn't. You're still here.
No, I'm
I just-
down in regular chat.
You're down in regular chat.
Yep. I'm
No,
not
you're
up
not.
on panel chat.
I can hear you. You're
I
full
hear
screen.
you.
You're full
Yeah.
screen.
Well,
Now you're sitting with us.
well,
Good morning, you guys.
Good morning, Aaron. How are you doing?
Oh man, stressed out.
Oh no.
Lot,
How's it
lots,
going?
lots to do, lots to get done. Lot more involved than just throwing your shit in the box.
Don't you just love moving all of your thoughts and worry about later's up in a box?
I hate moving so much. We had to move so much when I was a kid because my parents couldn't keep a fucking decent house over our head.
Right.
We had to move so many times when I was a kid. So it's like now I hate moving. You know, I've only had to move maybe 4 times since I've been 18. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've only had to move like 4 times. And so
Hey, Aaron.
hey, how's it going?
Good. Oh, you sitting there saying you hate moving? I feel bad for you, love.
Yeah. Not a big fan of moving, but I need to get out of California. Got to make the escape while I can.
I know. I get you.
Absolutely rooting for you there.
Yeah, no, I closed on the property on the 5th.
Cool.
So I own that property out in Missouri outright, paid for cash.
Cool.
You still there, Dad?
So
So
now
you
it's just a
pull-
matter of like getting transport lined up because I'm taking 4 vehicles with me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I got like an 85 Toyota Shasta, which is basically like a Dolphin. It's a little tiny little Toyota truck motorhome.
Wow.
And then I've got a 1980 first gen Toyota Tacoma. It's actually a Toyota Hilux. That's my 4-wheel drive rig. It's jacked up 33s, dual cases. And then I'm taking 2 classic air-cooled Volkswagens with me.
Are
Cool.
you talking about like collector cars or actual cars?
Yeah,
No, like-
actual cars, actual vehicles.
Yeah.
Okay. I was confused.
Yeah, it's costing me $6,000 to move 4 vehicles halfway across the country.
Yikes.
Holy damn.
Yeah.
And you're going where, Aaron?
Missouri.
Like he's
Damn.
moving.
Moving.
Yeah, getting the hell on out.
Like in one solid trip, no trip backs.
Yeah, load up everything and move to Beverly, man. Get the heck on out.
There you are, Dad.
yeah,
See,
I
he
came
slips around on one.
Welcome back, hair bag.
back.
Right.
Thank you. Good
Like
morning,
I said,
Aaron.
Hey, good morning, bud. How are you?
All right.
Nice.
like I said, Dad, if you want to show him the mug I got you,
Hmm.
the big one.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's gonna knock me off again. I'll do it, but I'm afraid it's gonna knock me off.
Yeah, because like I said, I got him a Buffalo Bills big coffee mug. I didn't realize how big it was until I got it.
Oh, yeah. I know that happens too.
Oh. Well, let's see it.
Hang on.
Hey, Kiki, I was still down there.
There we go. Nice.
That's a big one.
Oh, Buffalo
Yeah.
Bills. Okay.
That's the mug I got him for Christmas last year.
See, that's a soup mug.
It
I
is
know, right?
basically.
Those are good too, man. When those big mugs came out, it changed cereal, it changed stew, it changed everything. No more cereal bowls.
Well,
You know, I never thought of that.
Oh.
I mixed his 2 favorite things: coffee and his Buffalo Bill, and he likes Buffalo Bill. So
Right?
Yeah, my neighbor's got me a coffee cup like that, but it's got vulgar writing on it, so I can't show it to you guys.
Right, Aaron?
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
gonna
not
hop
we're not
down, guys,
we're not
'cause I got
vulgar on the
stuff to
mouth
do.
channel.
Let's go, Brandon.
We wait for Buddy's channel to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
we'll
you
spill it all
go.
on Buddy's channel.
No doubt.
All right, hold on. I'll show you all what I'm working on. Well,
I gotta
see,
get down. I have stuff to do,
I've got,
guys.
All right.
yeah, but I got 2 going at once. So I was live at my house, and I showed the woman and the dragon I was working on. Hold on.
I'll probably
Here's
talk to you
this one.
later, guys.
Look at this.
Oh,
This is
wow.
huge.
Oh, wow.
This is Dracula's Bride. I mean,
Nice.
huge. Look at the big old castle, and
Wow.
oh yeah, and the bats and the moon.
That
Oh yeah,
sucker's
that's
huge.
what I'm working on right now. I've got 2 going at once. One at my aunt's house and the other one at mine. Okay, Mousy. And,
I was getting it.
All right, I'm gonna hop
But-
down, guys. I got stuff to do.
Okay, later, hon. Love you.
All right, I'll probably
nice
talk
to meet
you later,
you,
guys.
Horace.
Nice to meet you guys too.
All right. Have a good one. I'll get you. Do I need to take her down? There you go.
Yeah.
She's a beautiful girl, hairback.
Yo, she is. Yeah.
She's the best one out of my kids.
She was hard.
Aw.
Tell him I love him. Tell him I love him. Because I was like telling them that you were messaging me, letting me know you were on your way.
Yeah. She's the only one of my kids that stuck with me through this divorce thing.
It'll work out different in time.
Oh, I hope so, but I'm not holding my breath on it.
Yeah. The sucky part is it's the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just got accidentally booted myself.
AV, I was thinking, let's see, where did I read that? Thinking what setting I need to sit it in that StreamYard that allows people to come straight in on panel. Thinking I don't know if there's a setting that allows them to come straight up like that.
I don't think there is. I don't know if there is or not.
I think you have to let them up.
You do. You have to let them up.
Yeah. I don't know. I will look into that. Let's see.
The only way for somebody to straight come up if you had given them powers to do that.
Right, they have access to your StreamYard or something.
Yes, correct. Correct.
Yeah. You can have someone else on your team that can let them up.
Right.
But I know there is a way to change settings.
I don't know, love.
But I'll have to look for it.
And I wanted to say thank you, Tattoos and Army Vet. Tattoo says she's very sweet, and Army Vet said, congratulations, Hairbag.
Yes. She's so sweet.
But yeah, that Dracula's Bride that I'm working on is huge. Ugh,
Yeah,
I'm not
it
even
looked huge.
done. Mhm.
It looks nice too.
Oh yeah, I'm getting a little bit each day. I'm getting somewhere. I mean, I'm not completely done. I wish I was, but I'm not. No.
Dragon, Siegel wants to know, do you have any tats?
Do I have any tattoos? Yeah, I do. Um, I got one of butterfly and tribal markings on my lower back, and I've got the Playboy bunny, and um, I've got one. God, I was in my 20s. I had gotten one of a dolphin, but the guy that did it wrong. So eventually I'll get it covered up with something else. So yeah.
I've got two. I got a professional cross on my left arm, and then I got drunk when I was younger. And I mean, I got drunk and I passed out. And
Right.
somebody decided to put a tattoo on my lower left arm.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it
But
said,
yeah.
check me out, and it shows a guy's face with tongue hanging out.
Oh right. Yeah. So
Hey, I'll show you.
oh, I believe you. But tattoos now these days are so expensive. They are.
Can you see
Oh
that?
yeah, I see it.
Check me out. I'd like to check him out.
Right. So yeah, I have 3 tattoos. I um but yeah, the one on my leg with that little dolphin, I'll eventually one day just get it covered up with something else. But yeah. But yeah.
Makes you wonder what makes these people that do the tattoos where they cover their face and most of their body. It's like, holy crap, how can you afford that?
I don't, man. I truly, truly, truly do not know. I wish I knew.
Yeah, the face tattoos are a little much.
I know, right?
Oh,
Sorry,
I got a blank avatar on.
No?
Well,
Not
according
that I.
to Sassy, I did.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what
okay.
she said.
Mm.
Is that any better, Sassy?
I know that in order to like fix that, you go down to like your little backstage box, click on it,
Yeah.
and then choose edit audio avatar, and then you
Yeah, I did that.
select a different one, and then go back to the
Yep,
one
I
you
just
want.
did that.
it
Yeah.
worked.
Oh,
And that usually
turning
records
on
it.
my tablet. So yeah, I've got a lot of avatars, not just this one. Like here, I'll do this. Go to avatars. Let's see. Like I have this one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That one's pretty.
That is
Right?
nice.
All right, hold on. I'll show you. Let's see. What else do I have? Like I have this one.
Oh, that's cool.
I know, right? Then I have. Let's see. What else do I got? I have this one.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I've got a bunch in here. Um, let's see. Like I have this one. Yep.
Let me pull it up on solo.
Right. And then
Yeah.
I have. Yep. And then I have. Um, let's see. This one.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah. So I have I have a bunch. Like I have this one.
That's nice.
Yep. Yeah. So I mean, I've got a bunch in here. Like here's one that a friend made me. I have this one. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Uh-huh.
I had to enlarge it, but yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. So see, I've got a bunch in here. Like I have this one.
Hey, Kathy.
Hey, Kathy.
Good to see you.
Hey Kathy. Hey love. So yeah, like I have this one too. So I mean, I've got a bunch in here I can
I like the
choose from.
colors on
And
that one.
oh yeah, I like this one too. I like them all, really, honestly.
I do too.
Like I have this one. Wait till you see this one.
Oh, I
love.
like that one. I like that one.
This one. Yeah.
There's an artist that you guys
Yes.
should check out. You guys like this kind of art? There's an artist you should check out. He's passed away now, but he was pretty famous back in the 70s. He did a bunch of album covers. His name is Patrick Woodruff.
Okay.
Check out some of his art. It's absolutely a mind blow trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a bunch of album covers for a bunch of famous bands back in the 70s, and he
Right.
got kind of you know a little bit of a well-known reckoning, and then I don't know, something happened. He just kind of lost his mind and fell off the face of the earth. You know,
Oh
but
dang.
he left us some amazing art.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah, Patrick Woodruff.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, you got to check out this guy's art. It's absolutely amazing. He has a collection of his artwork in a book called Mythopoeion.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure of the spelling of the book, but I know the artist's name is Patrick Woodruff. Woodroffe or whatever. Woodruff.
Right.
Yeah. So if you guys want to go and check out some of his art, it'll blow you away. It's like it's like mixing Salvador Dali with I don't know. I don't know what you would mix it with, but he's like reminiscent of Salvador Dali.
Wow.
Right. Here, I'll drop my link one more time in chat, but yeah, I've done so many pictures for Diamond Art. Oh my god, I've done a bunch. I've been doing it for so long. And it just don't faze me anymore. But yeah. Mm.
Yeah, is
Kathy,
it
you need to
spelled
come up here.
RUFF or ROFF?
ROFFE, I think.
Okay.
Woodruff or whatever. Patrick Woodruff. I don't think it's Woodruff. It's Woodruff. I'm not.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, he did some really cool album covers. The one that comes to mind is he did an album cover for Judas Priest of a like an angel in hell. It's a really cool looking picture.
Oh, that's cool, Kikions.
All right.
She's going to get a tattoo bracelet around her wrist for each of
Oh,
her
cool.
grandbabies. All 10 of her
Yeah,
grandbabies.
really.
Oh, I think that's cool. Oh,
I'm
I
like,
like Mouse's other picture there. I like that with the coffee cup. I think it's so cute.
That is
yeah,
I
my
like it,
coffee
love.
picture. I forgot about it. I've been wearing my Valentine's Day one around. Like I forgot.
Oh, that's okay. I think it works, love. I do. I think it works.
Poor little mouse looks like it's cold and drinking coffee to stay warm.
That's it. It is. It's cold. It's warming up during the day, but the mornings are still like
Right?
That's
crispy,
cool.
crunchy,
Tattoos and
frozen.
unicorns. That's cool. Yeah, you guys found the book. You guys found the artwork. That's awesome. Tattoos and Unicorns says she knows the album cover I'm talking about. That's awesome. Yeah, hardly anybody knows that guy's artwork, and it's so amazing.
Cool.
Another one that I think had some pretty good artwork was Molly Hatchet.
Yeah, they had some really good artwork too.
There's a woman, her name is Annie Stokes. And for the picture that I have up here and the other one I just had, those are her drawings. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mine, mine is still
I'm think-
cliched because I like the way he did the light. I'm fascinated by the way he captured light.
Yeah. Right. But yeah, I am. I would love to if I were do that, I'd like to get this one done custom. I like this one.
Yeah, that is cool.
To do for diamond art, yeah. Well, that one other picture I just had up, I had that one custom for diamond art. I just haven't done it yet.
Hey, Roy, how are you? Good to see you back. Roy's my little traveler. He takes walks around the city. He shows all kinds of cool stuff.
Oh yeah.
Hello,
Hang on,
Roy.
I'll go drop his link, Mouse.
All right, thank you.
No problem, love. I don't mind.
I've actually quietly taken many walks with Roy, mostly around the California areas. I think it's
and yet she makes it home in time for dinner.
no, I'm trying to think. It's not Sacramento. It's San Francisco, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, San Francisco. I was good. I remembered correctly. Good. He shows some beautiful scenery out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he takes you the whole walk. He don't just walk up to it and show you a picture and walk. He takes you on full 2-hour, 1-hour walks. They're beautiful.
Yeah, well, I dropped his link in chat, so.
Oh yeah. Y'all go sub up to Roy if y'all haven't already. I love his content. It's one of those when you just can't get out in the world and you find a channel like Roy's, and he takes you all over the city to see all the beautiful things. It's fun.
Yeah, I just subbed to him, so.
Cool.
I always wanted to go to the Haight-Ashbury district, and when I did, I was so disappointed.
I bet.
It was cool, like walking around, like the vibe, with all the street vendors and stuff. It's kind of reminded me a little bit of like how Venice Beach is set up, but it looks like Beverly Hills and downtown Stockton had a baby that had alcohol fetal syndrome.
Right?
Yeah, that's right, Roy. Aaron up here is, well, he's leaving Cali, he's been there for a little while. He kind of knows the area.
It was better in the 80s. Yeah, I'm sure it was, Roy. I'm sure it was.
Yeah.
Everything was better in the 80s.
Yeah. Right?
Good morning,
Everything was
Kay.
better in the 80s, yes.
Hey, Kay. Hello, love.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Aaron, is that you?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Katie.
Hello,
How are you?
everyone. Did you move?
I'm getting ready to.
He's working on it.
I got transport set up for the 27th. That was the soonest I could get the guy.
Mm.
Nice, nice.
Oh, you missed my live Monday, Kay.
You had a live? I thought you were supposed to call me and tell me when your next live was.
I forgot. So Mouse and I were up. She was up on my panel. We were telling stories. We'll have to do it again and have you up too, Kate. Tell a story.
No, we were telling Gen X stories and living in the 80s and
Oh yeah. Oh, we did. We had a blast. It was great. It was fun.
Don't you guys
Hello,
miss free
Kathy.
TV?
I still got
Miss
that. It's
what?
called Antenna.
You missed what, Aaron?
Free TV. Now you have to have like cable in order to like get,
Or
get TV.
full-blown internet.
Yeah, really.
All right.
You used to just be able to go buy a TV, plug it into the wall, put a little foil on the rabbit ears, and tune in, and it was not a problem.
Oh,
What?
Aaron. I'll tell him. No, it was not that simple. You move them rabbit ears constantly.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is like, the TV was free back then.
Yeah.
It was free. You didn't have to buy like extra cable. You didn't have to buy like an extra digital box just to be able to plug in so you could get 3 channels.
I get quite
No,
a
but
few
you
off my
had to
little
buy the
digital box.
antenna to pick up those channels.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah, that's one thing I do. I kind of like miss is seeing like the metal antennas on people's roofs or like a phone booth. Like, when's the last time you actually seen a phone booth?
Oh, they've been all destroyed, taken out. You can't even find a payphone. Like, they
Right?
don't even leave us an emergency option anymore. We literally got to go bug somebody. I'm gonna borrow your phone.
We
Here's
just
something
lost
that's
Kay.
funny.
Okay, Gay, where'd you go?
Yeah, get back up here, love.
I miss the ice cream man too.
Oh,
know.
the ice cream truck.
Yeah.
What was it? I think the first or 2 years I lived here, there was an ice cream truck one time in here, like a couple summers, and that was it. We like that when we were kids, but now it's not that much
There she is.
that way anymore because it's getting expensive for them.
No,
So-
it's because everybody started complaining because a lot of them were molesting kids.
Oh, they were always sketchy, guys. I mean, let's face it. The ice cream dude in the truck was, but we didn't care. Like, we knew not to get too close and not to get on the truck.
Yeah.
And no, don't go with him. Like, but like every
Yeah,
ice
shit
cream
like that,
dude
yeah.
was sketchy.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. The ice cream guy used to get pissed off at us because we'd always be on our skateboards and we'd always grab the bumper and have him pull us along down the block. Then you have to stop the truck, get out, scream at us to get away, and then we'd act like we were running away. But then as soon as he turned around to get back in the truck, we'd run right back up to the bumper.
No, ours would
Yeah.
always see us in the mirror chasing him like a whole, array of kids
Right.
screaming, waving. And he'd,
Yeah.
go a little further and go a little further. And we're like, really, dude, I know you see us.
Yep.
Right.
Aaron, I used to do something similar to that, except it was during winter. And up here we call it pogying.
Yeah.
You used to get on a snow-covered road, grab the back of a bumper of a car and let them pull you. Well, I did it stupidly up in Buffalo on an NFTA bus.
Oh,
And I hit
Really?
a damn manhole cover, and I'll tell you what, I never hit the ground so goddamn hard in my life.
Yep. I mean, back then it was, urethanes were brand new. If you could have, you couldn't, the average kid couldn't afford urethane wheels. So everybody still had clay wheels, in the back in the early 70s.
Sassy wants to know.
And if you hit a small
Sassy,
pebble,
you
your wheel stopped and you went flying.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
that was survival of the fittest. That was a hard learned lesson here.
Oh my
Right.
God, you're not kidding. I never did it again. I wonder why.
Road rash was a good teacher.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. like, what was it? Back in the day, we used to watch the boys play football in the street because I was talking about this with Mouse.
Uh-huh.
And then cars would come and the boys would have to move. And then once the cars went by, they were right back at it.
It was actually our job to sit there and holler, car. Yeah.
Car. Yep. Yep.
That's so funny. Yeah, we were the last generation to be outside with our friends and we didn't even know it.
I know.
Because it's weird, with the advent of video games became really popular, in the late 80s, early 90s. Especially with the advent of Nintendo.
Oh, we had it so analog, guys. We did not have a cartoon storybook going on with our video games. It was so tonk 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 to the right, tonk 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 to the left. It was.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Pong on Odyssey.
Oh man, the Atari.
Yep.
All
the old Atari 2600. There was the wood console with the big silver toggle switches on it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Your character was literally a square.
Yep. A square of squares. Hello, Kathy.
Yep. Oh shoot. What have you been up to, Kathy?
Oh, Mouse.
Yes.
I'm hearing you all in echo.
Really?
We don't hear no echo.
Hang on.
No.
You might have a YouTube tab open.
Yeah, but I signed in YouTube, but I'm in StreamYard.
Hold on. Let me check your sound and see if we can make it stop.
I know that if I'm doing that on a laptop, I'll have to go back and shut down the YouTube tab.
Okay, it's all turned on, so we can't really hear it.
See, now we can't hear her. All it sounds like is somebody rustling something.
That sounded like an airplane flying over.
Hi, Hairbag. I didn't get to say hi.
I said hi. I don't think you heard me, though.
No, I heard you, but I was afraid to talk because.
Right.
We still echoing to you?
Oh, now she's silent.
Like Mouse will say right, and it says right 3 times. Aaron was talking and repeated what he said 3 times.
Wow.
You must have some tabs open.
Yeah.
Yes, Diamond, it's driving me crazy.
Keep the StreamYard tab open, and however you came in through YouTube.
All right, I'm
closed
going
that.
to leave and try to come back through a different way.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
See you in a couple.
Can't even get out.
Kick her out, Mouse.
It's the X down at the bottom.
Right?
No, I don't know. Her sound is just really loud, and I think she just has a tab open.
It could be. Because I know none of us were echoing, so
No.
like what the hell?
Did any of you guys have grandparents who had like the record player, stereo, TV, mini bar combo thing?
I had
No.
one.
Not the mini bar, but everything else, yes. Like it was a
Maybe.
whole huge living room setup.
They
Yeah,
need to bring those back.
Love, I don't think that will ever happen, sweetie.
me either.
Yeah, we made them all small and compact and fit around the TV now.
Ah,
Our TVs just got bigger. That's what we focused on.
Dude, you know what's weird is the TVs, like, remember like a long time ago, you'd get had like the very first like big screen TVs and they were like a projector on the
Yeah.
back of it and the TV was just
Yes.
this giant 800-pound monstrosity.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
It's like now we've got 60-inch flat screens that weigh all of like 40 pounds.
Right. Right. I remember
And
they
when
were
you watched
big,
those
too.
original ones, you had to be right in front or else you didn't see it very well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was like
Buddy
those
was
little
in chat.
speakers. That was Kathy, I think.
Oh shoot, Buddy is down here in chat. What's going
Hey,
on,
Buddy.
Mr. Buddy East Coast?
I think that was Kathy where she came through.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, she said I did the
Oh.
chat under Kathy.
She said, Sassy, a link.
That's Sassy's link. She dropped Sassy's link. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Sassy, for dropping everyone's link. She is such a super mod.
Oh, I know how to drop everybody's too. I've been doing that stuff for a long time, but it just depends to which device I bought.
Right. And there y'all goes Luna's link. She will be doing coffee Monday morning.
Right?
I think I just come on a little too early. I think I need to wait a little later.
Why?
Yeah, really, why?
Because nobody's really here at the first of the lives when I come on that early. It takes everybody about 45 minutes to get up and then they roll in.
Hmm.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
it's
your
okay,
loss.
Cassie. Don't worry about it. I don't have much content on my channel anyway. You don't need to link me.
I'll definitely drop AA Ron's link, and that's going to be the lo-fi. Yes, definitely. He is learning music, and he's done pretty good at it. We're going to watch him grow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it'll be a whole lot better once I get out to Missouri. I'm just under so much stress right now. Like, you know, there's no internet here right now. So all I have is my phone. I can't really play music for anybody, you know, and then all the other stuff that's going on. I don't have the aptitude to handle all of it all at once.
Right.
Oh, I understand.
Mouse, did you see what Roy said?
Roy says, I like this time. I was listening for a while before I said hi. Oh, bless your heart, Roy. You're really up early because, like I said, you're over on the West Coast. I appreciate that, though. I am more of an early person, earlier than the crowd, so I usually start mine a little earlier than everybody else does. But like I said, remember, this is Traveling Coffee Club, and we still have 4 days of the week open if anybody wants to grab them, and we'll all link up and come over to your channel, highlight your channel.
Yeah. Yep.
If you would like to grab a spot, Roy, that would be fun. I would love to show everybody all your sightseeing videos. He does an amazing
know,
job.
right?
doing this. I hear you. It's 9:26 where Roy is, and where I'm at, it's 12:26.
Hairbag, your icon's gone, sweetie. You're naked.
Ah,
Because I can see it on my tablet too, and now that I'm
Is it
aware-
back?
It's cold.
Yes, I saw it. It's back.
It's back.
Okay. I don't know why it keeps dropping like that. It looks good on my phone, but yet you said it was a white square or circle, so
Well, I'm
Yeah,
glad.
that's why.
I'm
that's
glad
why I
you
was-
found this, Roy. I'm sorry.
That's why I was trying to make it funny and said, "Oh, hairbag, you're naked."
Don't laugh. It's cold.
yeah, don't laugh, it's cold.
Aaron.
You know how everything shrinks when it gets cold.
Aw, poor babies.
Ah.
And this is why I'm not allowed on monetized channels.
Yeah, but my channel ain't monetized.
Yep, that's why I hang out.
Yeah,
hang
we're
out
all
on
gonna get there
monetized
one day.
I don't
We're
hang
all-
out on monetized channels simply because I want to be able to speak freely,
Exactly.
you know, and
Yeah.
then you go to other people's channels that are monetized and they're like, "Oh, you can't talk about that. Oh, you got to watch what you say. Oh, you can't talk about that. You can't, you know, it's basically I might as well just not even get on the panel and you know.
Well,
I
you're
understand.
welcome. You're welcome up on my panel anytime, Aaron.
Nice, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we had
Yeah.
a good time over there too.
Yeah, it was great Monday. All the stories we were telling. Oh my god.
I did. I flew us right back to the 80s, and we just
Yeah, we did.
we just
Well, we grew up-
swam in it.
Yeah, but we grew up in the 80s, love.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, we know all about that stuff. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have computers. We didn't
Nope.
have tablets. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't do any of that. We had landlines, and we call our friends on the landline and be like, all right, I'll meet you here in like 10 minutes. You know?
Right.
Yep.
Or if you like called like your friends' houses and nobody was home, you jumped on your bike and you rode around to find out where everybody was at.
Yep.
You went to
Yep,
the
yep.
You look for the pile of bicycles.
That's exactly right.
And
Yeah.
kind of
Right.
like how we know each other's cars, we knew each other's bicycles. Like we could
Yep.
drive by and know exactly who was
Yep.
at their house.
Yep, that's
moms.
real. That is
Right.
real right there.
It is. Yep.
You know, it's crazy. I was talking about this kind of stuff, like how times are changing, like with a buddy of mine.
Yep.
And I was like, man, remember like when we were young, dude, we'd have to like, you know, get our pot from like, you know, some shady dude in the alley somewhere to get some seedy ass nasty
Yeah.
ditch Paraquat
Yeah.
ditch
The
weed.
weirdo at the skating
You know,
at the skating
And
rink.
we'd have to ride our bikes like 5 miles out in the hill to go smoke it out of a soda can. You know,
Yeah, right.
Jesus.
like, and now it's like, you know, now that it's legal, you know, it's like you got, you know, these young kids, they're just walking around with their vapes and their and just, you know,
so sweet.
it's
Yeah.
weird how blatant it is now, because like, you know, I come
Mm.
from the era where like I went to jail for weed. You know what I mean? And it wasn't even good weed, it was shitty ass seedy weed. You know?
Yeah.
Wow, that's messed up.
Look what Roy says. See, this was the grand in our generation. This was a girl I liked when I was younger. Who used to throw a pebble at my window. Now you remember sneaking out and trying to get their attention. Y'all remember those days?
Yep.
We were talking about that too.
I got caught a few times sneaking my friends in.
Uh-oh.
Dad come busting in the door. We're all sitting in my room playing video games. What the hell's going on here? Yeah, get out.
Yeah.
Aaron, you're grounded. Shit.
There were times in childhood it felt like just being around the adults. You got in trouble. Like you were in trouble just because you were around the adults.
Right?
Right?
One of them was going to spit out a punishment, you know.
That's funny.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, it was crazy, man. We had parents that would sit out in the front yard and watch us jump our bikes off of like a homemade ramp. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
You had good
Yeah,
parents.
they were waiting for you to bust your face so that they could sit there and laugh at you.
Laugh. Yeah, exactly. They'd be sitting out there with their lawn chairs and a cooler full of beer and shit.
Not ours. They didn't even know, didn't care, had no clue the stuff we were navigating out there.
Like,
Seagull says I still don't like adults.
Like, you guys remember like I don't know if you guys were poor kids like me, but like we couldn't afford slip and slide. Like we couldn't afford a slip and slide.
we never had any of those.
So what we did is
Hell no.
we would get plastic from like construction sites and we'd tape it all together and then stretch it out and wet it down in the front yard. You know, we had our homemade slip and slides back then.
And the only way to truly get it to work in the end was everybody had to go get a trash bag. It would slip and slide if you could do. Everybody put on a trash bag and then slid on the plastic.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you get them strawberry burns.
Yup.
Hey, Arctic, how are you?
I'm good. I'm just waking up.
Good
Got my
morning.
first cup of coffee, Lord. Heard you guys talk about bike ramps.
Yeah.
Heard talking about bike ramps. We used to take a cinder block and throw a piece of plywood on it and then jump our bikes.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, we were real simple. Anything. You know, we had these dirt paths in the woods near our houses. And
Yeah.
you know, there would be a log. We'd drag a log across the dirt path and then just lay a piece of plywood on it, you know. You had to hit the plywood just right, because if you went too far to the right or too far to the left, you wiped out, you know, because there was just like a cinder block a lot of times. We do the cinder block thing in the driveways.
Well, like I don't know which channel it was on YouTube, but this guy went and took a like a tarp or whatever and made like a jacuzzi in the back of the truck.
Oh yeah, I've seen
Truck
that
bed.
before.
And I'm going, what the living hell?
Hey, it works.
Well, I remember that. Do y'all remember that when you knew, like when you came back and the window was locked, like that moment?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you knew you were busted too. That was the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come home and knew you were busted. Oh man, I got to tell you guys this story. So when I was 16, okay, I had the biggest crush on this girl. She lived across town, and I remember I really, really wanted to go and see her, but my bike had flat tires or whatever. And I was like, man, how am I gonna get there? How am I gonna get there? And so I snuck downstairs, all quiet. You know, we were living in this this 2-story like townhouse apartment thing. And so I snuck downstairs and grabbed the keys to the car, snuck out the door. No. Oh yeah, and I put the car in neutral, and I pushed it down out of the garage, and then got in it and rolled down the driveway out into the street. And then tried to like push it down the street a little bit. And then I started the car and I drove it across town and went and hung out with this girl all night. And then I remember, driving back up and, went to go sneakily open the garage. And there was my dad sitting in there.
Oh my God.
Oh shit.
Smoking a cigarette, having his coffee, sitting in a chair. And
Yeah.
I was like, I was just standing there. I'm like, oh shit. He's like, I hope you had a good time, because you're not leaving the house for months.
Right?
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, no, he whooped my ass after he made sure that I didn't wreck the car, that it still had plenty of gas in it.
Yeah.
No, I got my ass whooped for that. But you know what? I'll tell you this, it was worth it. That girl was so beautiful.
It's the ones that are worth it. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never got to experience that kind of a thing because when I grew up in foster homes and homes. You couldn't
Yeah.
get out of them. So I missed out on a
Right.
lot of that kind of stuff. And it kind of,
Right.
I don't want to say it pissed me off, but it, you know,
Yeah.
it kind of makes you wonder why. Well, not why either. I know what I'm trying to say, but I can't say it. I don't know why.
It's all right. Take your time, dude.
You didn't really
Yeah,
miss
we're
out
here.
on nothing.
Take your time. We're not in a rush.
Yeah.
It just makes you feel like you missed out on your childhood when you listen
Oh,
to stories
yeah.
like this.
Mhm.
No. Don't mistake this. These were hard, stupid lessons we learned. Stuff we should
Oh,
not have been
God.
doing.
Oh,
Like
Ah.
hold your head up that you didn't do the stupid that we laugh about now.
Right.
When I was
Well,
in the
like,
home, I ran away one time because I got sick of the way I was getting treated. The only
Mhm.
time I ever ran away from the home, too.
Mhm.
And I hitchhiked 70 miles away.
oh shit.
Oh, you did
Oh,
good.
damn.
I went
Yeah.
home. First thing that I found out was you don't go home when you run away.
No.
They called my caseworker. She came down, picked me up, took me back to the home. And when I got done, they had this thing that the administrator called the moccasin. And it was
Mhm.
one of the dress shoes. You had he had taken the sole off of it.
Yep.
That boy beat my ass with that.
Oh,
You
Oh,
want to
you're
talk
kidding.
about something that takes your breath away?
Mhm.
oh yeah, we all got our whoopings too.
Oh my God, that hurt. I think I was black and blue for like 2 weeks after. But this was before child abuse laws too.
Yeah, they didn't
Yep.
have any of them back then. It was corporal punishment across the board.
Yeah.
But
Another one
once
was
the kid
one
got hurt
time.
enough to fight, man, usually those punishments stop pretty quick.
Here's another one that happened to me when I was in the home. I had talked to what they called them at the time were house parents.
Excuse me.
And they you had to clear anything and everything through them. Well, I went to the house father and I asked him if it'd be all right after school if I went ice skating. It was only like 3 blocks away from the home. And he said, yeah, just make sure you're back by 6. All right. I got in. His wife jumped me. And I tried to explain to her that I had told her husband. She didn't want to hear it, and all of a sudden it came out of my mouth. F you, I told him, and I told you that, and I ran away. Or I didn't run away from the home, but I ran away from her and went to my
Yeah.
room. I was in bed that night. He got home. Apparently, she told him about it. Next thing I know, I'm getting yoked out of the bed by the throat, slammed into a corner, and here came the fists.
Mm.
I was bleeding everywhere. I ran out of the home, ran down 2 blocks to the police department in Buffalo. And they asked me, what happened to you? And I told them and where I was from, and they said, sorry, you're a ward of the state. Nothing we can do.
You're kidding.
Oh,
Holy shit! This conversation took a dark turn.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Oh wow. Yeah, I
there
feel
was
bad
there
for
was
you,
nothing.
Hairbag.
There was nothing scarier than that sound of that belt coming through the pant loops. I tell you what.
Oh, I never really got my ass beat, so I really didn't get myself in too much trouble.
My father was the quickest belt draw in the West.
Oh, damn, Mouse.
Gangster. You could flip his anger switch, and I'm telling you, in one smooth move, he can undo that belt buckle, fling it out of the loops, double it over, and already halfway through a swing.
You're like Clint
Before
Eastwood with
you
that
knew
damn
what
thing.
like a quick draw on that belt.
I can just see your dad walk in the room.
Yeah, exactly. Like the
Seagull goes. Seagull said, "Dad angry once, Mom angry once. That was it for me."
Right, Seagull?
Oh, you came up too easy.
I'll tell you what. That's probably why we're not a bunch of shitheads. You know, is because we had parents that whooped our ass and corrected our behavior.
And we didn't turn out bad because of it.
No. I mean, granted, some parents, you know, they went a little further than what was necessary.
Oh yeah,
Right.
now child abuse was out there. Don't get me wrong, but
Right.
I'm not coming in here saying I was a victim of child abuse. Oh no, I was a victim of my own choices.
Exactly.
No doubt.
Yep.
Yep.
But yeah, I never
my
really did
parents were
much
a
to get
victim
a
of
whole lot of
me.
trouble anyhow.
What was that,
my
artist?
parents- I said my parents were a victim of me.
Mine
Oh, shit.
Not me.
Definitely mine too.
Well, you know what's a trip is like the older I've gotten, like, you know, now I'm in my mid 40s now, and I look back and I'm like, you know, my parents were pretty young too. They were younger than me, you know, at the time, trying to raise two boys, you know, and I was a little freaking heathen. So I mean, you know, I could understand, like, hey, you know, this shit don't come with an instruction manual. You know, you got to figure it out as you go.
You know, I think growing up the way I did made me a better parent, and I'll tell you why. I always told myself I wasn't going to treat my kids the way I was treated, and I never did.
Yeah.
I think I spanked my kids. I never spanked my kids over 3 times, and it was only 3 of them that I had to spank. And it was for one of 2 things. They either bit or they ran out in the road. But I made sure they knew they did wrong. But I only spanked them like with 3 swats. That was it.
I didn't have those kind of kids. I had the different kind of kids. Like, you know, you hear about these parents that like leave a toddler in the car and forget about them. And I said at the end too, nope, I didn't have that kind of kid. My kids screamed from the minute that buckle went into that car seat.
Yep.
Until you undid that buckle. Like it was a solid car ride scream. Like
car seats? What the fuck are those?
You know?
Yeah.
Well, it's like, you know, looking back on it now, you know, could you imagine yourself being a little kid? Okay, you get buckled into a seat, you got an itch or something's pinching you, and you can't really talk well. You know, so all you can do is just, you know, all you can do is
they didn't have seatbelt laws back then.
I had hyper kids and just
we just jumped in the fucking car right, man. We had kids piled up. We'd go down to the beach. There'd be kids piled on the fucking roof or the damn trunk, man.
Yeah, we were the ones that got out the back.
And the cigarette lighter in the ashtray in the back seat was a learning experience.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, one on either side.
That was half of our side. Oh yeah, that was half.
How many of you didn't see that hand coming across the back of the front seat until it was too late?
Oh yeah! Oh yeah, man. Jeez.
That's
I think that's where that fucking horror movie about that fucking hand came from.
Right.
Just reaching for anything.
My dad
My
didn't
dad had
whack.
some.
My
What I
dad had
remember, my dad had some big hands, and
That's
I'll
what I
tell you
was
what,
gonna
when
say.
you
Yeah,
got hit
mine
by
did
it,
too.
you felt it.
Yeah, mine had big hands, but instead of whacking you with his hands, he would thump. I mean, he would thump you on that nail and like bong. Like-
Ugh.
That's all it took to straighten you up. You knew after a thump, it was going to get worse. You took the thump. Okay, I get it. Just settle down. Like we'd be fighting in the back seat, me and my siblings, screaming, fighting, and just in one quick motion, bam, bam, and, ow, thump on each head. Now stop it.
I had a friend that was when I was growing up, and he liked to go around to these neighborhood gardens and rip them off. Well, he messed with the wrong old guy one night. He got shot in the ass with rock salt.
Woo! Feel the burn.
He decided, yeah, well, he really felt the burn because he thought maybe if he sat in warm water, it'd dissolve and go away. He said it was the worst pain he ever felt in his life.
Yeah, it hurts. There was these caves that we used to go to, and they were on private property. And they were called the Manson Caves because, like, you know, the area where we lived in, like, the La Bianca murders had taken place, like, just, you know, down the road. And, like, up in the Santa Susana Pass, right there on the border of Simi Valley and the San Fernando Valley, you know, there's Box Canyon, Woolsey Canyon, and Santa Susana Pass. And there was these set of caves back there. And we'd go back there and we'd go down in them. We'd hang out, smoke weed, you know, whatever. And,
right.
Yeah, it was on private property. And that guy shot at us with rock salt. And one of my buddies got hit with it. And he said the same thing, Hairbag. He said that shit hurt bad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you've ever got anything salty in a wound, like it's say you cut your finger and you decide you want to eat some potato chips, oh my God, that hurts.
Yep.
So you can imagine
I know
what
that feeling.
rocks, and you can imagine what rock salt would feel under the skin.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Good times.
Good times.
Yep.
Oh, they're funny
Yeah,
memories,
crazy,
but
man.
I bet you're not for the people it happened to.
Right?
Yeah, it's crazy being like young and trying to like figure out life, dude. It was weird. You know, like I remember like one time a buddy of mine had a 6-pack of like Pabst Blue Ribbon or whatever. And he took it from his dad, and we all met up like under this pepper tree that we had like hollowed out in the center, but the branches still came down on the outside, you know, so you couldn't like see us in there. And we had like a little fort in there with like couches and a table and, you know, a little kickback spot. And I remember sitting around, we got so sick off that warm Pabst Blue Ribbon. Oh, God.
The worst I ever got from drinking was I had a pint of blackberry brandy and the shit was warm.
Oh.
And I drank it. Oh my God, did I get sick.
Yeah.
To this day, I can't even stand the sight of the stuff. I used to drink when I was younger. I don't do it anymore because I dummied up.
Dummied up, huh?
Yeah, I don't like alcohol, man. I really
Me
don't.
either.
You know, it's like when you
I
get
don't
when you
either.
start getting drunk, you know, you start like you start losing control of your motor functions. You know, your equilibrium starts going. You start slurring your speech. Can't think straight.
Right.
You know, that's why I smoke weed, man.
Right.
I know you ain't got to worry about the damn hangover. You ain't got to worry about your mouth running wild on you.
Right.
Right.
And that's my
You just gotta
problem.
worry.
My
You
mouth
just gotta
would
worry
always
if you
run
got enough
wild.
food in the fridge.
Right.
That's the
Well,
only worry.
I don't mind having a few once in a great blue moon, having a few drinks, but other than that, nah, stick to Mountain Dew.
Well, I can't say
I drink.
there's still a few flavors from that era that I can't even smell, like peach from peach snobs and peppermint from peppermint snobs.
Oh yeah, love. Yeah, I get what you're
Like,
talking about,
there
Bob.
was a couple of drinks that like rent a flavor for life.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what about Everclear, guys? Everclear. Who all remembers Everclear?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh shit.
Dude, I got a bottle of Everclear in my freezer right now.
Yeah, I got
Oh damn.
I got some 190 proof as well. It's no joke.
Yeah, you got to temper that stuff down if you even want to try to drink it.
Yeah.
I won't touch it.
I tried it one time and it damn near made me sick instantly.
I was trying to. Purple Passion was what we used to go get, and it was in a 3-liter. It had Everclear and like grape juice.
Oh wow.
No, I don't
mean,
remember that.
It was like drinking grape soda. And then all you
Really?
had to do was peel the label off, so all the adults and everybody thought it was just, grape soda rolling around in the back seat.
Right?
Oh, and another thing I got drunk off of was MD 2020. Now there's some rock gut stuff.
Mad Dog 2020.
Oh.
Thunderbird, Night Train.
Yeah.
40 ounces of Mad Dog 2020.
I haven't heard about
God.
Thunderbird in years.
Like that old school Cisco.
No, never heard of that. No.
No, you guys never had old style Cisco, huh? Wow.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it, love.
It was like what Mouse was talking about. It's like a little bit of like a fruity alcoholic drink. It's like more like a wine than anything.
Well, what I used to do is I used to take peach snobs and orange juice. Oh my God, that stuff was good.
Can you still bring beer onto a public bus, like a public transit bus?
No.
No.
We used to fucking get a case of beer or just fucking ride the damn bus for hours.
Oh wow!
It was like we turned it into a party bus basically. One night the fucking bus driver got in a fucking car accident. We were fucking all shit. Our bricks like, oh crap, what are they gonna do with us? We're all fucking drinking and shit, you know.
Well, you weren't
They
driving.
didn't fucking do nothing. They didn't do nothing. They're just like, you guys gotta go. The bus driver got a fucking accident.
Now that's a public intoxication. We're not allowed to walk around public drunk.
Right?
What? Really? Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here too.
Public intoxication.
Yep.
And you got to watch the law too. If they come up to your house, don't walk out of that yard drunk. Like, do not leave. Don't come over to the driveway. No. Don't come out to the road. No.
Well,
yeah. The one cool thing about this town is during like public events or whatever, like parades and things like that, there is no open container law, which means you could publicly drink on the street during public events.
I think there's a few festivals and parades throughout the year that, because they're getting really big around here on the craft beer and the homemade craft beer, so they're changing a lot of laws so that the craft beer can show up at the festivals and
right
whatnot. So yeah, it's getting more lenient.
it still costs them a lot to even come to those places because they have to have insurance and vendor's license, permits, and fees and all that stuff.
Oh, it was funny during the shutdown. During the shutdown, the places that you normally couldn't walk out with alcohol, all of a sudden you were able to get it with your DoorDash order.
Oh, wow.
Like all kinds of laws got flipped real fast just so you could get, your strawberry daiquiri with your Applebee's order,
Yep.
That's just
Kate never came back. What the fuck?
We have concerts on the square up here at the state capitol every Wednesday during the summertime. Everybody goes up to the fucking capitol and gets drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right outside in public. I mean, it's a common fucking thing here. I mean, it's like a prerequisite, is what I'm saying.
Right.
So you guys say, like public, like walking down the sidewalk with a fucking cup of beer in your fucking hand. It's common practice. It's
Siegel says he is 80 proof.
Hey, Kate never came back. What the heck?
I don't know. Where did you go, Kathy?
Yeah, love. Where'd you go? But yeah, I mean, like I was 17 and my boyfriend was like 20. And so he'd have whiskey. Well, I tried it one time and I'm going, dude, this stuff's nasty as hell. Like, seriously? No.
Whiskey? You don't like whiskey?
No.
What kind of whiskey, though? It depends what kind of whiskey, though.
I don't remember what kind of whiskey it was. I really, truly don't. I tried
Another
it
thing
once.
that helps if you're drinking whiskey is you put it in the freezer first, get it really cold, and it goes down really easy.
Cold Ethel? You like Cold Ethel there?
Never heard of it, love. Mm-mm.
Yeah, whiskey.
It gets me into trouble, though.
I was never that much of a drinker. I was never that much of a partier, so yeah.
Southern Comfort. That's whiskey. That's
Ew.
You don't like it? Yeah.
Oh no!
Kinda
Anything
sweet,
sweet
though.
like that'll make me sick.
Well, I used to fucking just chug the fucking bottle of that.
Yeah,
Just
I
straight up.
remember being 19 years old and going to Vegas and drinking a bunch of Southern Comfort, waking up in a hospital. Yeah.
Uh-oh, somebody's getting a tornado.
That's my ride. Gotta go.
The day pass ran out. They're coming to fetch you.
Waiting for fucking bombs to fucking drop on this town.
It's 12 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, 12 o'clock.
Right?
Every day they fucking
12 o'clock here. Yeah, it's 12 o'clock where I live right now.
Day, if there ever was a tornado or some shit, man, I wouldn't fucking pay any attention to it. Blowing the fucking siren again, huh? They cry wolf every damn day. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know, man. They're talking about on the YouTubes. There's a few different people talking about like how the tornado alley is actually moving eastward.
I have to agree with that. I have said this.
Yeah, me too.
I actually grew up out in West Texas in what was Tornado Alley. And I grew up with them outbreaking all the time. But I have noticed in the last 20 years, they have shifted east.
Yep.
Was it Northwest Texas?
Yeah. Around Lubbock.
What's a state that's just north of Texas? I forget.
Oklahoma.
There's a couple of them.
Was it go Texas, Oklahoma, then Kansas?
No. Missouri, well.
Missouri's to the right.
Kansas is above Oklahoma, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
maybe that's like Nebraska, Iowa, and then like you go south of that, and that's when you're hitting, you're hitting like Missouri, Oklahoma,
Nebraska,
Arkansas,
then Kansas.
Yeah.
The Memel. Yeah, Memel. Y'all know what I mean.
Yeah.
From the head down to the feet to the boot. Louisiana on up, Memel. I think it's moved further that way.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, no, that's one of the first things I'm going to do when I get to Missouri is I'm putting down a big concrete pad and then putting a shipping container on it and then bolting it down to the concrete pad. And making a a storm shelter out of a big metal shipping
If you're
container.
gonna take a shipping container to use as that, I would actually tell you, instead of trying to put it on a concrete pad, bolting it down probably won't work. I would bury it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
That's a good idea, Mark.
and make a stairway to it.
Yep. Fuck yeah. That's
You don't think
how much
bolting
are those shipping
bolting
containers,
it
by the
down
way?
to using
No, not at all. Especially if you get an F2 or an F3, it'll blow that thing right off the pad.
It'll suck it up.
Rip it right off the fucking ground. Yep. How much are those shipping containers typically?
Shipping containers, they weigh about probably 6,000 to 8,000 pounds empty. And then you're holding it down with 8 1-inch bolts, that are anchored in the concrete. That is, and you're talking a concrete pad that's 1.5 feet, 2 feet thick with rebar and piers that are going down in the corners. Like, I don't know if a tornado is going to be able to just rip that up out of the ground.
Right.
Oh yeah, it could. Yeah, easily.
Think about it like this: in a house, say even a brick home, the safest place in that house is literally holding on to the bathroom sink, the tub, and the reason those are usually left in a house is because those pipes are down under the ground and buried.
Right.
So the pipes hold it there. It will literally suck that foundation clean. And they have Texas Tech out in West Texas, there at Lubbock, Texas, did a study back in the late 80s. And, when you can take a drinking straw and shoot it into a tree with such velocity, there's not a lot of material that's just going to withstand a tornado. But they did prove that underground, under the debris, is the safest place to be, because aside from the suction and the mile per hour wind, you have such amount of debris that is flying around in it that will slap things off their foundation.
Yeah. A tornado could take a tree and just pierce it right through one of those shipping containers. There's ways of engineering tornado-proof walls, so missile-proof walls and shit like that.
Well, that's why I was going to use a shipping container, because that's what is that, 12 gauge steel.
A tornado could throw a fucking tree branch through that, just like Mouse was talking about, real easily.
Well, I don't know that it's going to be anchored deep enough to actually hold it on that concrete pad, because setting it up on that concrete pad is anything above it is what'll get sucked off. So the container is going to have to be, very anchored. And they've tested that with trailer houses, and all that they've tested have filled.
Yeah.
Well, see, I live in a trailer house.
What about price-wise? How much do those shipping containers cost?
About $3,000, for a used one. Yeah, for a used one.
And instead of spending the money on the concrete and the anchors, I would actually rent the heavy equipment and have them dig it into the ground. Rent your your buckets and stuff, have them dig it into the ground and then set it in there off that heavy equipment. And then, on one end, make kind of like a ramp that goes up to the top so you can get down to the doors. But there on the inside is tornado proof.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, being below the surface. So,
well, up here, most of the houses have basements. So, and that is the safest place where, if you're in a tornado, is in the basement.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's underground
ground level.
Right.
You're surrounded by concrete foundation,
but you still run the risk of those top layers collapsing on you.
That's true.
So it's when you depend on your basement like that for safety, bear in mind to always leave, an exit on each end, because that house is going to collapse, the upper levels of it. It could block you in, it could bury you under there. Though you may be safe, they can't get to you, or you may not be able to get out once the storm is over.
Well, that's why they always say a bathroom where there's no windows.
Right.
Because I live in a trailer house, so I mean, where I live.
Yeah, if there was ever a tornado here, I'd be fucking flying like Superman.
All right.
No place to fucking run or hide.
Mm-hmm.
It always
it's just more or less
so
like
many
when I
windows in this trailer too. I cannot stand this trailer. It's designed for shit. I had a trailer down in Madison. That was a really well built trailer. But this one up here, it's got way too many windows, and there's like one closet, and that's pretty much it.
Oh, okay. So you live in a trailer. So you live in a trailer house too. See.
Yeah, but the kitchen is fucking designed wrong. They did not design a kitchen triangle.
Mm-hmm.
You know how the kitchen, your kitchen is typically supposed to be designed with a stove, refrigerator, sink triangle for just to make it function properly. This one's not. It's just straight. Everything's along one fucking wall.
Yeah. See, my trailer is
tornado-wise, there's nowhere to fucking go around here. Maybe one of my neighbors' houses, they got basements. I'd be fucking running to my neighbor. Help me.
Well, like here, we used to have it where if there was a storm like that, we were supposed to go to the landlord's house. Well, he was supposed to build a shelter in here in this court for us to go, and he never did.
Oh, yeah, this place is, I don't have a landlord. This is on private land that my family owns. So it's not like in a trailer court. When I was in Madison, I was in a trailer court.
Yep.
And I think that they did have like a community building there.
Yeah.
Like a storm shelter or something. I don't know. I forget. It's been a while now.
I don't know. I could see a tornado like picking up like your average truck, or tearing like the roof, off of homes and stuff. But man, I really don't see a tornado picking up a 10,000-pound shipping container that's anchored to
you ain't never seen no fucking tornadoes, then, man. Holy
That's
crap!
what I'm saying.
Pull up some videos, Mouse. Show this guy. Show this guy what a tornado can do.
Yeah.
Think of
some of the news coverage where tornadoes have gone through and ripped out.
Let me put it this way. Think of a shipping container equivalent to the trailer of a tractor trailer.
Mm-hmm.
And then go watch what a tornado will do to a tractor trailer. It'll toss it like a toy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I've seen wind blow tractor trailers over, and I understand that, it's basically a fucking giant sail. I understand that. But what I'm saying is a fucking thick metal box that's bolted to fucking 30 tons of concrete.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't see wind pulling that out of the ground. I do,
No, it may
however,
not pull the
I do,
concrete out of the
however,
ground, but it'll rip
It's
them
not the wind.
straps out.
I do
It's-
definitely agree with the
It's
fact
the
that it
centrifugal
could
force
probably
that'll
take
rip,
a
yeah.
tree trunk and throw it right through that thing. Now, I
Right.
do agree with that.
Yeah, that's what I
So,
was
you
going to say.
know,
You got
being
to.
below ground is starting to sound a little bit more appealing. It's
The
just,
thing
you know,
about a
what
tornado
happened. The
that
only
they
thing about
don't
being
talk
under.
about is,
Go ahead.
you know, everybody gives, you know, all these directions and these pamphlets on what to do when a tornado comes. But being in a tornado is actually, it's a different mindset. It's a different theory. It's really not going on like you forethink it will. With that amount of wind blowing, the reason we talk in numbers about the wind blowing is because we're really describing the amount of debris already flying in the air.
Right.
And so when they say, oh, you know, if there was ever a tornado, I'd run to my neighbor's house and I'd get in the cellar. My point is, guys, you don't understand how that in the moment is no longer an option. Like
Right.
you're not running a mile and a half up to the neighbor. It's not happening.
No.
You know, and they'll tell you even, you know, get out of a car, because it'll get sucked up or, you know, it'll toss the car. But at the same time, the amount of debris flinging through the air
Yeah.
is going to kill you to get out of that car. You know, so
Right.
it's hard to force yourself to get out of the car and go lay in the ditch.
Yep.
Because science is doing just the opposite in the moment.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand about like kinetic energy and momentum and inertia. You know, if you got a tree trunk flying through the air at 200
Yeah,
miles an hour, that's a whole
But
lot
see-
of weight moving really
Aaron-
fucking fast.
Aaron,
Right.
Aaron,
And so
a tornado is
everything-
not just momentum, it's angular momentum. We're talking about like a fucking drill bit drilling through the earth and walking as it goes, grinding up everything in its path.
But
Yeah.
Well, Aaron, this is
stronger
what we're
the
trying
wind.
to tell you. It's better to put it underground and stay alive so you don't die.
Right.
Yeah.
And that would be the
The only
cheapest
thing,
way to
the only
go
thing
too.
about being underground is
Digging a
water.
hole, Aaron, is a lot cheaper than pouring a concrete rebar pad, a
Yeah.
floating pad.
Yeah.
You know, just get a backhoe, dig the fucking hole, throw the bus down in there, bury the fucker, put a ramp down to it, man. You got yourself a fucking party, party clubhouse, basically.
That's funny. Yeah, no, the only thing with like being underground is water. You know,
Well, but
water
you're going to be in the
is a
Ozarks,
bad
aren't you?
issue. You know, water is a bad issue when you're underground, and so
Not really.
that,
Like, you think of the
that
Ozarks, right?
requires you taking things to the next level before you even try to put anything in the ground. You got to make sure you waterproof the shit out of everything. You know,
Right.
so
Where are you right now? California?
I'm in Northern California. Yes.
Do many of the buildings up there have basement foundations?
Some of them have what's known as a walkout basement or a daylight basement because they're built on like the side of hills.
Mhm.
Sure.
So some of them will have that, but a lot of these places around where I'm living, it's, you know, either stick built on a foundation or it's built on stem wall or it's manufactured, put down on stem wall or stilts.
Right. But you're thinking about Missouri and the Ozark area, correct?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you won't have to worry too much about water and shit. Just dig the fucking foundation, man, just like a regular shit, you know. I mean,
And if you're
you won't
worried
have to
about
worry
it getting
flooding.
late,
You're in the fucking mountains, you know.
Yeah.
Fucking water runs downhill.
Yeah, that's true. No, the place where I'm moving is 1,000 feet above sea level. So
Shit, I think I'm further
Just,
above sea level up here in Madison.
You know, kind of analyze the water runoff from the house on where you want to put it and where you're going to dig it.
Yeah.
You know, of
Right.
course, up towards the top of the hill, you're not going to have as much water. If you do put it in, you know, in one of the slantier areas, make sure you compensate under it for rocks, like put rock layer of gravel or something to that effect.
Yeah,
where the water
absolutely.
will flow under it. You can work around the water drainage.
I think the biggest issue is going to be the expenditure of having to purchase all of the waterproofing materials that I'm going to need to make the container completely watertight before I put it down on the gravel bed underground.
Well,
not really. It's just a rubber membrane. I mean, unless you use like foam and insulation or something.
Check with the company that you purchased the container from. And explain to them, your thoughts, what you're looking at. And I can almost bet you they already have a good plan of action on how to waterproof those containers. And that'll eliminate a lot of trial and error for you.
Right. Yeah, it's not just the cracks in the container though that I'm concerned about. It's water is it does damage to metal.
Right.
And so you need to protect the metal. And so, have you ever heard of stuff called Por 15? So what that is, it's like this, it's like a plasticine kind of paint, and you paint it onto metal surfaces, and it basically encapsulates the metal inside of plastic.
Right. And remember, those containers were originally built to be shipped at sea. And so, the moisture draw was absolutely, they bared that in mind when they created it. So you have that protection too already. When they designed that container, they designed
Mouse, do you know if those are galvanized steel?
I don't think they are. I think they're just regular steel that they just paint a rust, like a rust preventative coating on it.
Right.
Because it's not regular paint for sure. If you've ever worked on a shipping container or done any welding on one or anything like that, it's almost like a powder coat, that kind of paint that they put on when they make those things. And so, that's a good protector, in and above itself. But, water does, eat that away. And especially when it's in groundwater, which is, mineralized, you know what I mean?
But it's really, just bear in mind, the ground is really not going to hold as much water as you think it's going to run off. Water, no matter how
I wouldn't even be worried about water.
Still moves
there's
downhill.
Moisture in the
there'll
soil,
be somewhat of the moisture. And like I said, those containers were originally designed to prevent, the sweating on the inside, so they didn't draw moisture on the inside like that. Because they had it on boats to be shipped across the oceans.
Right, but
metal, condensation with metal is something you can't get around. You don't get around that. It's gonna happen.
Condensation on metal. Yeah, there's ways of getting around that though. It's just like a soda can, the condensation on your soda can and stuff. Yeah, there's ways of getting around that.
It's just on the inside, metal sweats. That's just how it is.
From a structural engineering professional perspective, what I would recommend is if you wanted to build an underground structure, I would recommend just build an underground structure and not even do the shipping container thing at all. What I would do is pour a basement foundation and then set on top of it a pre-stressed reinforced concrete roof, and then have earth above that.
Well, yeah, that's a full bunker.
No,
my idea was
basement.
I was just trying to do something on the cheap,
Well, that's back then,
box would be good.
Before
that would be cheap. Where the expense would come in is when you would go into it and then remodel the inside of the thing with lumber.
Right.
with all the
insulation,
partition
lumber.
walls. And
Mhm.
well, you got to realize earth is one of the best insulating materials there is. So you wouldn't need much insulation. You just,
Yeah, what is it? A below, like it's you got to be like 5 or 6 feet below the ground, and then it becomes like an ambient temperature or whatever.
Yeah. Well, all those preppers and survivalists that are making all of their, what do you call them, bunkers? They were on. That's what they were actually doing, was just burying those containers, and they would tie 2 or 3 of them together and go in and do the inside of it back with lumber, and put paneling and paint it, and like the inside of the house.
Yeah, I'm not trying to build like a full bunker. I'm just, I figured because the place that I bought doesn't have a storm shelter. And because of all the tornadoes that are moving further east, I was just looking at, something to try and do, something preventative. So at least that way, if the shit does go down and it tears the fucking house up, at least I have an area where I'll be safe.
Right.
Here's an idea I was thinking about. If you are really serious about getting a shipping container, why not just buy a couple 5-gallon pails of tar and go around the outside of it?
True.
Yeah, you got to give the coating like some tooth to grab onto. So,
Right.
That's the thing is like, taking a sander or, a rough grit sander, like, some 80 grit and scuffing the whole damn thing. Then wiping it down with like some acetone or whatever.
Is your life worth it?
Well, absolutely. I think tar.
There you go.
Roofing tar would probably be really good.
That's what I was meaning.
You make us paint on like rubber membrane that you can get as a sealer, kind of like for your driveway and shit.
Yeah, like that white roofing stuff they do. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's that cool rubberized coating. That stuff's really expensive too.
Everything is expensive these days.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. It would depend on what your budget is, also on what you would decide to do.
Right. And that's the thing. It's like, I don't have a finite amount of money, and so I'm trying to do things as
that's me.
efficiently as possible.
Well, what you got to do though, then sorry, Mouse, go ahead.
It's right. Like I said, if it were me, I'd just get a bulldozer out there, a bucket or whatever, some heavy equipment, get out there and dig it, and I would just bury it as is, because that's the way the guys did in Texas. They didn't put nothing on it. They didn't redo the outside. They just took some heavy equipment out there and scraped out a hole and slid it in there and covered it back up.
Yeah. I mean, you got to realize how long it's going to last for. I mean, you want it to last for 1,000 years. Well, it's not gonna. You know what I mean?
Right.
You just want it for an emergency shelter.
Yeah. Now, if I want it to last for 1,000 years, I got to make it out of 30-ton limestone blocks.
No, fucking marble or granite. My house in Waterloo, that had a granite fieldstone foundation. Man, it was beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, I fucking love granite.
And I'd be scared that would move.
No, it
Right?
Them rocks were heavy.
Aaron, your icon, you're naked there, love.
Yeah, you're like that. You had an internet glitch, dude.
Me?
Is that you, buddy? Is that really you in chat? Hey, buddy.
Okay.
Nice of you to finally show up.
Yeah, bud. You should come up on panel.
The poll is how now changed. We got 43% for the San Francisco 49ers, 36% for the Chiefs, and 21% is still there for the commercials.
Well, at least people are getting smarter about it.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, we'll just let it go. Let's see how it ends up.
Right.
And just to make you mad, Hairbag, I'll go ahead and let you know that when I went over and picked squares, I already picked number 49.
Did you?
No, I did. I just aggravate you so you couldn't pick it. I tainted 49.
Damn, Mouse.
That was just so none of the 49ers fans could grab it.
There's a lot of caves down in the Ozark. You can just buy property that's got a cave on it and just go into the fucking cave. Do they have any expense then? Seriously, I met a couple guys down in the Ozarks in northern Arkansas when I took a trip down that way to Texas, Austin, Texas, and they literally lived in the fucking cave on the side of the mountain.
Yeah. I set up room and house in there.
Yeah.
Carve
out. Yeah, they all remodeled and shit with electricity and lighting and everything. It was fucking awesome.
Carve out a table and a chair and carve out a shelf.
Yep. The one guy, there was a spring inside the fucking one guy's cave, and there was like a little fucking trickle river that came right out of it, like right through his fucking living room.
Running water up in there.
Uh-huh.
Right. Mm-hmm. Wow. It's like, really, people? Oh, wow. Mm-hmm.
I can't tell if that's Betty or Kathy again.
I can't either, love.
I don't know.
Did you guys see the video of the millennials trying to figure out how to use a rotary phone?
I remember those days. I remember when we got our first push button phone at our house.
Oh shit.
Oh, I know, right?
I wish I'd find a fucking old rotary phone at Goodwill or something. I'd buy it in a heartbeat. I'd hook it back up too, because I got a landline phone. You know, I don't have a cell phone.
Yeah.
Do you remember we were like so annoyed?
On the news this morning, they were saying they were thinking about even doing away with the landlines.
What?
AT&T be pissed off about that.
No, I guess they're one of them that's even going that way because of all the cell phones.
Yeah, but I doubt they ever will because there's too many rural areas that still depend on that shit.
Well, that I was thinking about too. So it really doesn't make any sense for them to do that. But you never know. Look at all the other ones that didn't make sense and they did it.
Well, if they do, I would just have to go back to like fucking ham radio or something then.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about rural areas. You guys ever heard of a party line?
Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah.
Let's take it way back, Mr. Peabody.
Yeah, way back. The party line when you had three-way calling and you had, you know.
No, that's not party line.
No.
That was a 90. Party line was late 70s, maybe early 80s, and it was where like the whole community had one phone number. Everybody had a phone in their house, but there was only one phone number. And like you're calling this group of people, right? And you got to say like, I'm trying to get a hold of Henry. So everybody, they've got one kid running the neighborhood. And he's running over. Hey, Henry, the phone's for you. Like,
Henry, or you had to wait for the next person to get off the line before you could make your call.
Oh yeah. There was always somebody already on it, and you could sit there and like you can bet there was 6 people listening to your conversation at least.
Yeah, probably.
Those were the very first panels.
Oh man, yeah.
Right.
The three-way came in. I remember that.
No idea.
That was a game changer.
Three-way wasn't until like the late 80s.
But man, was it a game changer? Do you remember how we'd use it against each other? Like, I'm gonna call so and so. You be quiet, and I'll third party call her, and I'll let you listen to her talk about you.
Yep, I've been there.
Oh, devious to catch somebody's talking smack. Yup.
Yeah, I've been there. I did that. I mean, I had three-way calling back in the days. I had three-way calling, and the one friend was hearing the other friend hitting on that girl's boyfriend and making plans to go meet up.
Yep. Yep.
And the one friend is listening and doing everything she can to bite her tongue and buy her time to go be there, to go catch him in the act.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, I'm all like, damn. Whoops.
Yeah. Yeah, and party lines, let's get back to like Green Acres era, like the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Yeah, my parents still have one of those crank phones in their house.
Yeah, that's what they use.
It'll shock the hell out of you too, man. That thing will shock
Had
the hell out of
mouthpiece
you.
on the base, and then the earphone came up. It was a separate fucking earphone. Yeah.
Yeah, and you got to crank it up to charge the capacitor to send the signal to
Yeah.
the operator so she could plug you into the number that you wanted. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember back in the day where I had one friend that her parents went and put a payphone in their house.
The ultimate teenager wins. Oh, that is cold.
That's so funny. You know, but we got smart about that stuff. Like, we were little shitheads. We were devious about like payphone stuff. So we realized that you could tear the top off of a pack of smokes and then take that and put that like up in the coin slot. And then you come back like a few days later and pull that thing out, and you have like a couple bucks and quarters.
What?
Oh yeah.
Right.
I remember when we got in trouble, we had this thing where, remember, from a payphone, if you didn't have money, you had to call collect.
Yeah.
And we had this rule that if, we ever got in trouble and we had to holler at mom, we called collect, and and she would deny, and when it would say state your name, we would be like, come get me, I'm over at Macy's house, you gotta come get me fast. And beep.
Yeah.
And then mom would deny the call and then come get you.
Yeah. Then she's like, what the heck is wrong with you?
Yep. All right, Kathy, I'll take a look at that. I'll grab it in just a second.
So it's like, wow. Kathy, are you coming back up, love?
How many of us like had hustles as a kid? Like, we had to come up like with our own money. If like we wanted something, we had to figure it out. So like,
I was the little entrepreneur, absolutely.
So like one of the hustles I had as a kid is we'd go to this golf course where the driving range was, and sometimes the balls would get past the netting at the end of the driving range, and they'd go into the wash. And so we'd go down into the wash with, the plastic grocery bags and roll up our pants, take off our shoes, and get in there and pull out golf balls for a few hours, and then take them back over to the driving range. And, for every good ball that we got, it was a nickel.
Yeah.
We had a baseball card shop in an apartment. There was a guy that had a baseball card shop in an apartment building behind where all of us lived in our neighborhood. And us younger boys, we'd go down there and hang out in a baseball card shop. And, we'd do odd end little jobs for him for money or baseball cards. And you know, like sweep his floor or help him sort fucking cards and shit.
Yeah,
We do that. It's not really a hustle. I mean, that's like an actual fucking job, really.
Yeah.
You know? But it was cool.
Yeah, no, I mean we were pretty independent. We had to figure out, you know, how to come up with our own money because parents were poor. It was like, you know, if we wanted anything, you know, we had to come up with it on our own. You pop the tube on your tire, you know, you pop the tube on your tire on your bike. You had to figure out to come up with that $3 to pay for everything. You know?
Yeah. Or little things like you wanted those extra French fries at lunch. That cost. You needed pocket change for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We did, because I was in West Texas, we would make, you remember when the ropers, the boots were in style?
Yeah.
And they had those leather pieces that went around them with all the beads on it.
Yep.
We would make and sell those and conchos.
Heck yeah.
And I would make homecoming mums for the girls during homecoming. I'd sell those things for $60-$70 a piece.
Lemonade stand. You know, remember those days when you could have like a lemonade stand? I don't think they let kids fucking do a lemonade stand.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
I always stop. Whenever I see a kid with a lemonade stand, I always stop. Every time.
Because I know how it feels. I've been there. I've done many of those. Yep.
Nope.
Sell like 2 cups all day long.
Right.
And finally, like that one neighbor would come home and, you know, you done made eye contact with them, you know, like that kid eye, you better come buy it, you know, and they would be like, okay, you know.
Yeah.
What was really cool is like, you know, you get the one person that wants to show up and like they'll buy 1 cup from you and give you a $10 bill. Yeah.
Every now and then, there weren't a lot of those, but every now and then you'd have a cool one come through. Yep.
I had a buddy who was a farmer, and he lived in town though. He didn't actually have a farm, but what he would do is he'd go buy a trunk load of sweet corn from the local farmers. And this was when he was 16. He'd drive into town and he'd just sit alongside the road and he'd sell sweet corn out of his trunk. He hustled that way.
Yeah.
Made some good money too.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Another hustle we had was when we were younger, our older buddy Freddie, he worked at a place called Winchell's Donuts. And at the end of the night, they would have to throw away all the donuts from that day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so we got it to where Freddie would throw away some of the unfolded boxes along with the donuts. And we would go out back and we'd grab them and start folding up the boxes and then packing them full of mixed dozen donuts.
Yeah.
And we'd close them up and we'd take them back to the apartment complex where we lived. And we'd go door to door selling boxes of donuts. I mean, can you imagine sitting there all hanging out, stoned out on your couch, watching TV? Somebody knocks on the door, got a, dozen donuts for $3. I'm on it.
Those stale trash donuts. I'm glad I never bought no donuts for you.
They were made fresh that morning.
Yeah, but this was at night.
Oh yeah, for sure. This was at the end of the day. They were a little bit. They weren't bad. They weren't bad by any means, but they were an all-day donut.
We used to go down to the Dunkin' Donuts.
That was another hustle that we had, man. For sure.
Yeah, at the Dunkin' Donuts in our neighborhood, they would drop the price of the donuts late in the day. And that's when we used to always go there and get like a bag of donut holes and shit for real cheap.
Yeah.
I actually worked for a donut shop when I was younger. Go in all night, make the donuts, and leave just as it opened.
Oh, wow.
Shit, I ain't had a donut in over 4 years.
Right.
That
Well,
sucks.
you remember,
I used
you
to buy
guys
them at the
remember,
grocery store
well, you guys remember Dunkin' Donuts, right?
for sure.
Yeah, well, now it's not called Dunkin' Donuts anymore. It's just called
Really?
Dunkin'. Yeah,
Really?
yeah,
Huh.
yeah.
Weird.
Well, you do kind of have to ask after so many years that, like, y'all do y'all do donuts, but y'all do a lot of other stuff. Why are y'all just Dunkin' Donuts? Like,
I can't stand their
Somebody
coffee.
must have complained.
well, that's like Arby's. Arby's now has a hamburger.
What?
Yeah. Do you know how many times I've sit in Arby's and heard somebody walk up to the counter and say, I just want a cheeseburger? Yeah, we don't make that. We make roast beef
Right.
sandwiches, right? Right.
Yeah.
Now they have a burger.
What?
Yeah, I haven't tried it yet. So I
The
don't
hell?
know.
Damn.
Yeah, I thought that was crazy.
Okay, what did Kathy want us to look at? Oh. Oh, okay.
I bet a
Yeah.
video. I'll look at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, I'm
Play it.
looking. Hold on.
Sure.
Hold on. Oh, found it. Kathy, you can't distract me for playing this.
I don't think she's gonna.
No, it's good PR. Promoter channel, you know.
Yeah, I just made a comment on it. So that
All right, here we go. Whoops.
I'll mute.
Everybody mute.
Can y'all hear that?
No.
All right, hold on.
No.
No, not at all.
Can you hear that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Baby's been hanging around, hanging with the crowd, putting your business in the street, talking loud. Same old this and that. How much you understand? Best believe it's all been heaven sent. City boy, better bring the check around. To that side truth, that dirty low down. Taught her how to talk like that. You ain't got to be so bad, you ain't got to be so cold. No, it's over, just say it's so. How much you got to do, how much you understand. Best believe it's all been my fun. City boy, better come on back around. To that sad truth, dirty low down.
I seen them in concert.
Okay.
Okay, so Mouse, what did you think of that, sweetie?
Well, that's something new. It's a little bluesy. I like it. New style.
Yeah, yeah.
That's Boss Skaggs. I seen him in '78 when I went to the Elton John concert.
Cool.
Oh, did you, Airbag?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. Damn.
I think he did a damn good cover for him.
Yeah. Well, I commented on that video for Kathy. I did. So yeah.
Okay. Give that a thumbs up.
Yeah, I think I did too, love.
Yeah, you did.
I did.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. Absolutely. Fun. Yeah, that sounds like he's working on some new stuff. Interesting.
Yeah, isn't it that, love? Right on, buddy. If you can hear us, right on.
Great job.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay, you seen me in chat. All right, there you go, Herbig. I'm gonna do this. Okay, there you go. There you go, Hairbag. There's my link to my channel. Because I seen you typing in chat.
Yeah, I still can't because I'm on panel.
Oh, let me go back and grab it. Hold on. Copy. Oh.
Yeah, Mouse can either email it to me or text it to me.
I'll email it. That way you can pull it off the device wherever.
All right. That's good.
Aaron's all quiet as a church mouse now. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Aaron's muted.
I'm back.
I said you were quiet as a church mouse, love. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably spontaneously combust if I stepped into a church, man.
Oh, it's a figure of speech because you're so quiet. You're quiet as a church mouse. You're not even saying anything. I'm looking at you. I'm like,
damn. Wow. I can't believe it's already Thursday. We're 3 days away from the Super Bowl.
Who is in the Super Bowl?
49ers and Chiefs.
Yeah.
Oh, 49ers and Chiefs. Okay. I don't really like watch football, so there's reasons why I can't watch football.
What do you mean there's reasons?
There's reasons why I can't watch football anymore because, well, my dad, I'd be upstairs and I could hear him from all the way downstairs. And my dad would yell and start yelling at the game and swearing. I'm like, Dad, what the hell wrong with you? It's just a game. Dang.
I used to do that.
My dad was totally the opposite. We had a whole different game going on. Dad would take the TV on Sundays. Like, you didn't touch it. It was his. The game was on. Dad sprawled out on the couch, both eyes closed. Dude is snoring louder than the TV. Like, ow, cold. But if you even thought about walking towards that remote to change the channel, buddy, he'd come up.
Right? Yeah. What the hell?
It's like a zombie rising from the dead.
It was.
Yeah, right.
You are not watching it. You're freaking snoring louder than the TV. Oh my God, how do you hear that? I'm too watching it. I'm watching it through my eyelids.
Yeah, right.
Watching through osmosis.
Right, yeah. Well, like my grandfather, he'd fall asleep in his recliner and he'd be watching the basketball game or the baseball game, and it's like, my grandpa would be going like that. And I'm like, oh my God, Grandma, how can you stand that? Oh my God.
I know it was bad enough. Dad had, he had the game going. It was screaming, hollering, and him snoring. And we were just like,
Yep.
okay, just kill one of those noises. Just one.
One, yeah.
Go for the remote. Now kill the TV. We ain't killing Dad, like, but he always knew. He always knew.
Yep. I made that mistake one time. I was going to change the channel, and my dad was like passed out. He wakes up and goes, "What are you doing? What? You're not even watching that. You fell asleep in your chair, Dad.
Yeah.
Come on."
Yeah. And it was always the same argument. You can't convince me you were watching it. I was.
Yeah. Yeah. And then when I told him what I was changing it to, what show it was, he goes, "Oh, I forgot that was on tonight." Duh. Really? Yeah.
We never got to change it. You just hear that. Oh, man, he killed me. Dude, how does he do that?
Right? It's like, dang. Oh, my.
The worst was like having to get ready for school in the morning and Dad had already been in the bathroom.
Oh man.
Wasn't that the worst? Oh.
Yes. Yes. Most
like
and I can relate to that.
It's like what crawled inside you and died.
Yeah.
Thankfully, when I was a kid, we did have 2 bathrooms. But with that came the hairspray issue. And I don't know about y'all, but I had the Ken doll dad. Hair parted to the side, feathered.
Yep.
And hairsprayed more than I ever tried to hairspray mine. And it was always the same thing. It was, if I got ready before he did, well, then I would retrieve the hairspray from his bathroom into our bathroom, which is usually where I would leave it. Now, where's the hairspray?
Right. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I didn't have to worry about that.
It was weird. It was not an argument that many of my other friends had with their parents or their dad, because of course they were all in the 80s. They all had mullets and long hair. Not Dad. No. Dad had short hair, be feathered, and sprayed perfect.
Well, my dad back in the day, he used to poke fun. He goes, "Oh, guys with long hair are girls." And I'm like, "Dad, shut up."
Oh yeah, Dad always had something to say about the long hair.
I know. It's like, stop that. Dang.
But it made me cut my long hair to get my driver's license.
I take it the 2 of you both had long hair.
It was like, son, you can either have your hair or you can have your driver's license. The choice is yours.
Right?
I broke my dad's heart.
What kind of choice is that?
Yeah.
Wow. I broke my dad's heart when I went and cut my hair off for the first time. It did. It broke my dad's heart.
Mm-hmm.
But it had to be done. I was like, free. I whacked it real short, like boy short.
Wow.
I loved it, and it was horrible, the grow out process, and thank God it finally grew back, but I want to do it again. Like, I don't need, to pronounce my independence in that fashion anymore.
Right.
Yeah, my dad's got a purple heart too. Seagull's dad's got a purple heart.
Hey, that's cool.
Yep. Oh,
Well, guys, I think we should call it a day. It's been a good one.
Yeah,
yes,
it
it's
has.
been fun.
We've rolled right
yeah.
on through lunch on into the afternoon, and I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'll give you
Yeah,
a
it's been
I'll
fun.
give you a ring in a couple hours or so, Mouse.
All right. You need to think about picking you a day.
I know. I've been having internet issues like a little bit off and on lately, and it's like, what the hell is your problem?
Uh-oh.
For real? Yeah, I don't know what it is. I keep getting booted, and then I got booted when I was up here once from the internet, and I'm like,
What kind of device are you using?
my phone.
Oh, that may be it. The best way to
Well,
do it is to use something you can plug Ethernet into and use a
Yeah.
cord, and then you get really good. It doesn't go in and out as bad.
Huh. Never thought of that. Like, shit. Oh, boy.
But anyway, guys, I appreciate everybody joining me up on panel. Thank y'all for joining us for coffee on Thursday here at the Mouse's house. Thank everybody in chat. Kiki Eyes. Thank you, Sassy. Thank you for modding. You're always there for us. And thank you, Diamond, for coming up and joining
No
us.
problem, love. It's always a good time over here.
Always. It's always chill over here. I like that. I'm not, the place to get out of the drama, just kind of regroup, get to know each other, check in on each other.
Yeah.
And like I said, with this coffee thing, I hope y'all join me throughout the week. You can just hashtag coffee club and find out where we are. I'm hoping to fill every day of the week, and we travel to some new channels and get some new places to network out.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that's what I said. I'll give you a ring in a couple hours, Mouse, and we'll figure it out.
Cool.
Well, here's something. Monday it's the Den. As you know, Thursday is Mouse. And then Saturday is Buddy. So we got 3 spots open.
4, actually, if somebody wants to grab a Sunday.
Well,
So it's up to you. It doesn't have to be early. It can be late morning. I'm usually mine are usually earlier than Luna's or Buddy's. They usually come up about 11:30, 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
And that's okay too. No rules for Coffee Club. We go see other channels. If you're on the lineup, we come see you. We bring all of our subs with us from all different directions. Get to know your crowd. Show us your style of lives. It doesn't have to be.
And not only that, it helps your live as well as ours, because then they'll come to ours.
That's it.
Yeah.
Making the community stronger. This is our coffee club community. And we'll see how big and strong we can grow this.
Yeah. I'll give you a ring in a couple hours, Mouse, and we'll figure this out.
All right. Absolutely. Thank you for
Dragon, I will make sure that I sub.
I did email that to you about Hairbag. And
Okay.
thank you, Hairbag, for always being beside me.
You're welcome.
Couldn't do it without you.
Oh, we love you, Mouse.
And Arctic, I'm always glad to see you and Aaron. I'm always glad y'all are here.
Yeah, thanks, Mouse. It's fun. It's fun hanging out here.
All right.
It is. It's always a good time.
It is
Arctic,
always.
we've always gotten along. You know that.
Oh, God, yes.
That's it. But we may fill in a few more slots throughout the week. I may jump in on some of them days until we get some of them filled, so that we start getting an everyday thing going. Everybody's got a place to coffee up in the morning.
Well, that's why I said I'll call you in a couple hours and we'll figure this out, Mouse.
Okay, absolutely. And shout out to everybody in chat. Thanks for joining us today. And as always, if there is a replay crew, shout out to you. Give us a thumbs up, sub up, share us out, and give us a comment. If you're on the replay crew, we'll give you a shout out.
And please hit the thumbs up if you haven't.
Yep.
Have a good